the two-day international conference on innovation, sustainability, global excellence with the overarching theme, bridging ideas, research and transformation. May this conference be a celebration of knowledge, a catalyst for collaboration and a stepping stone towards transformative excellence. With great pride and immense pleasure, I welcome you all to the Convergence 2026. Let the convergence of ideas begin.
To begin this academic endeavor on a secret note, let us invoke the divine grace. I request the audience to kindly stand up for the prayer, followed by Tamil Taliban.
सर्वत्र सर्वदा तेयात्मप्रभावैः ओषधिवने स्थापित प्रयोगशालासु सम्यक् प्रकाशयन्ति ते स्वप्रभावम् अत्रैवादीत यन्त्रविद्यासु निपुणास्ते विदेशेऽपि उज्ज्वालयन्ति शालाप्रभावम् நீராறும் கடலுடுத்த நிலமடந்தை கெழிலொழுகும் சீராறும் வதனமென திகழ்பரத கண்டமிதில் தெக்கணமும் அதில் சிறந்த திராவிடனல் திருநாடும் தக்க சிறு பிறை நுதலும் தரித்தனரும் திலகமுமே அத்திலக வாசனை போல் அனைத்துலகும் இன்பமுற எத்திசையும் புகழ் மணக்க இருந்த பெரும் தமிழலங்கே தமிழலங்கே உன் சீரிலமை திறம் வியந்து செயல் மறந்து வாழ்த்துதுமே வாழ்த்துதுமே வாழ்த்துதுமே.
Thank you. Please be seated.
In the words of the great philosopher Aristotle, educating the mind without educating the heart is no education at all. In keeping with our timeless traditions, light signifies the dispersion of darkness and the dawn of wisdom. I now request all our august dignitaries on the dais to kindly step forward for the ceremonial lighting of the sacred lamp, marking the official commencement of this international conference.
Light has always symbolized knowledge, wisdom, hope, and enlightenment. The lighting of the ceremonial lamp is not merely a tradition, it is a profound reminder that knowledge dispels ignorance and wisdom illuminates the path towards progress.
May this light inspire us to think beyond boundaries, question conventions, pursue excellence, and create knowledge
That makes a difference. Dear audience, give them a round of appreciation.
I request all our esteemed dignitaries to kindly grace the stage for the ceremonial lighting of the lamp.
Thank you, respected dignitaries.
A gracious welcome sets the tone for an intellectual banquet. To formally welcome our eminent assembly and the set context for today's proceedings, I invite Dr. K. Shubha, Dean of Commerce and Management, Srimad Andavan Arts and Science College, to deliver the welcome address.
Distinguished dignitaries on and off the dais, esteemed academic minds, global delegates, industrial leaders, and my dear vibrant scholars, a warm welcome and pleasant morning to each and everyone present here. As we stand at the crossroads of a dynamic future, today we gather here at Srimad Andavan Arts and Science College under the great grand banner of Convergence 2026. A convergence not just of minds, but of bold ideas, sustainable visions, and the relentless pursuit of global excellence, bound together by the profound theme, bridging ideas, research, and transformation. It's my absolute honor and distinct privilege to open our hearts and extend a profound, warm welcome to everyone gracing this inaugural ceremony. First and foremost, though unable to join us in person today, we deeply value and warmly remember our beloved secretary and correspondent, Shri C.A. Venkatesh R. His constant support and forward-looking guidance continually light the path for all our academic endeavors. And it is with deepest respect that we receive his warm wishes virtually extend to us in absentia. Next, it's a privilege to stand before you and express my highest regard as I welcome our esteemed principal, Dr. M. Pichai Mani, whose inspiring leadership continually sees SAC towards new horizons. We welcome you, sir. Moving forward, it is with great respect that I greet our Senior Vice Principal, Dr. G. Jyoti, for gracing us with her presence today. Welcome you, ma'am. It is an immense honor to extend a warm welcome to our esteemed keynote speaker, Dr. M. Selvam, retired Senior Professor and Head, Department of Commerce and Financial Studies, Bharadas University, and founder, publisher, chief editor of Smart Journal, a man behind this international conference. Sir, your intellectual presence elevates this platform greatly. Welcome you, sir. We are truly honored to welcome our distinguished chief guest, Dr. Balasubramaniam, Regents Professor of Finance, Sam Hampton State University, United States of America. Thank you for bridging contingents to grace us with your insights, sir. Welcome you, sir. My special welcome to the resource persons, Mr. Vaidyanathan Chandramouli and Mr. Mahesh Balakrishnan, who joined amongst us today for this inauguration ceremony. Welcome you, sirs. We take immense pride in noting our vice principals, Dr. R. Krishnan and Dr. V. Upendran, whose continuous dedication quietly anchors the administrative and academic momentum of our institution. Welcome you, sir. With profound appreciation, we turn to our controller of examinations, whose diligent efforts greatly contribute to our institution's smooth functioning. Welcome you, ma'am. It is an absolute delight to feature our esteemed deans, whose wisdom guides our various faculties towards excellence. Moving forward, it is with great respect that I greet the Director of SASMA for gracing us with this collaboration today. And we take immense pride in the presence of our IQ's coordinator on this academic gathering. It is my pleasure to warmly invite and embrace the heads of School of Commerce and Management, and also a special privilege to greet the faculty of Commerce and Management. My special mentioning goes to Dr. K. Soumya, whose extraordinary efforts have been a profound pillar towards this conference. Everyone's collective synergy and unwavering commitment breathe life into this event. Truly, without my team, this conference could never have taken a flight. It is a delight to welcome the heads of various other departments who enrich this august gathering. Embracing the spirit of borderless learning, a special recognition goes out to all other faculty members joining us both online and offline. We are deeply honored to recognize the trust manager and the assistant manager of the trust, whose continuous collaboration fuels our growth. I extend my special acknowledgement to the Department of Visual Communication for their timely help and support. We pass to deeply appreciate our hardworking non-teaching and non-faculty staff members who serve as the quiet backbone of our daily operations. With gratitude for keeping our digital and technical pathways clear, I mention the team handling system administration for this August gathering. With a spirit of global fellowship, a heartfelt greeting and welcome goes out to all external participants, along with welcoming brilliant student and faculty participants from various colleges across the district and the state. To our enthusiastic student participants, we look toward you with boundless hope and offer our warmest welcome. We express our sincere appreciation and welcome to the present media representatives joining us today to capture and immortalize the momentous event. Finally, we welcome our heartfelt gratitude to our generous sponsors whose vital support helps make this conference a grand success. Over the next 2 days, we'll transform into a vibrant melting pot of breakthrough, research, sustainable practices, and global business strategies. We are here to challenge status quos, spark meaningful intellectual dialogues, and bridging the gap between academic theory and real-world industrial transformation. Welcome to the Convergence 2026. May your time here bring fresh insights and meaningful connections. Once again, I welcome you all. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for those exceptionally warm words of hospitality and for laying down an inspiring foundation for this conference.
Leadership is the capacity to translate vision into reality. Institutional growth thrives under the stewardship of visionary academic leadership. To inaugurate this international conference and share his perspective on academic transformation, I privilege myself to invite our respected principal, Dr. M. Pichamani, to deliver the inaugural address.
Srimad Shri Varaha Mahadeshigaya Namaha. Good morning. Good morning. Nice of you. Respected chief guests, distinguished dignitaries, esteemed members of the academic and research community, invited guests, faculty members, research scholars, and my dear students, a very warm, gracious welcome to all of you. Convergence 2026, innovation, sustainability, and global excellence centered on the inspiring theme, bridging ideas, research, and transformation. It is indeed a privilege and a matter of great pride to associate myself in the inaugural function of this conference, which brings together ideas, expertise, research perspectives, and innovative thinking on a common platform. Dear friends, we live in an era of unprecedented transformation. Technology is advancing rapidly, societies are becoming increasingly interconnected, and the challenges confronting humanity are being more complex. Climate change, resource scarcity, sustainable development, artificial intelligence, emerging technologies, healthcare, education, and social equality require solutions that are not confined to a single discipline. This is where convergence assumes immense significance. Convergence is not merely the coming together of disciplines. It is the coming together of ideas, people, knowledge, and perspectives to create solutions that can transform society. The theme, bridging ideas, research, and transformation, is therefore both timely and meaningful. Ideas provide the spark, research provides evidence and direction, transformation converts knowledge into meaningful action. Our universities and institutions of higher learning have a crucial role in this journey. Research should not remain confined to laboratories, libraries, or academic publications. It must ultimately find its way into society and address real-world problems. Innovation gives us the courage to think differently. Sustainability reminds us to think responsibly, and global excellence inspires us to think beyond boundaries. Innovation without sustainability may create short-term progress without long-term value. Sustainability without innovation may limit our ability to address emerging challenge, and excellence without social responsibility may fail to create inclusive development. Therefore, the three pillars of this conference, innovation, sustainability, and global excellence, must move together. I am particularly delighted that this conference provides an excellent opportunity for researchers, academicians, industry professionals, and students to exchange knowledge and explore interdisciplinary approaches. Such interactions are essential for developing new perspectives and building meaningful collaborations. I encourage our young researchers and students to use this platform not merely to present their research, but to question existing assumptions, explore new possibilities, and identify solutions to the challenges faced by the society. Research thrives on curiosity, innovation thrives on imagination, transformation thrives on action. As we deliberate during this conference, let us strive to building bridges between disciplines, bridges between academia and industry, bridges between research and society, bridges between local challenges and global solutions, and most importantly, bridges between knowledge and achievement. I am confident that the discussions, research presentations, and intellectual exchanges during Convergence will generate new ideas, strengthen collaboration, and inspire initiatives that extend far beyond this conference. Let us innovate with purpose, research with responsibility, collaborate without boundaries, and work towards a future that is technologically advanced, environmentally sustainable, and socially inclusive. With these thoughts, I extend my heartfelt greetings to all the participants, and I sincerely appreciate the convener, organizing secretaries, and the team for their collective contributions of conducting this event in association with the Smart Journal of Business Management Studies and SSS. Congratulations to the team, and expecting more events like this in the upcoming days. With the blessings of Srirangam Divya Dampatigal and the anugraham of our Acharyan, the guidance and motivation of beloved secretary and correspondent, I wish the program a grand success. All the very best to all of you. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Our sincere gratitude to you, sir, for your thought-provoking address and for setting a lofty benchmark for academic excellence today. Research is formalized curiosity. It is poking and prying with a purpose. To unpack the intricacies of contemporary business research and sustainable economics, we have with us a legendary academician and editorial stalwart. I take immense pride in inviting Dr. M. Selvam, retired senior professor and head, Department of Commerce and Financial Studies, Bharathidasan University, and founder, publisher, and chief editor of the Smart Journal, to deliver the keynote address.
Good morning, friends. I am very happy to come over and stand before you to share some of my thoughts in the name of keynote address. Dear friends, organizing this seminar is a great challenge. Therefore, I sincerely appreciate the organizers, particularly the faculty members of Commerce and Management, for having organized this wonderful event. And more importantly, they have identified a very important theme, which is need of the aware, that is innovation, sustainability, and the global excellence by way of bridging ideas, research, and transformation. So this is a very, very important topic and a need of the aware to discuss by the academicians, scholars, and students, friends. And as a department, we have to do a lot. Maybe teaching is a primary, no doubt. Then we have to conduct research. And more importantly, after conducting the research, we should also do some of the activities to take the department to global, national level, national reach, global reach, all we have to do. So the seminar like this, and inviting a speakers like my good friend, Professor Balasundaramaniyam from USA. We were the friends for more than 15 years. And whenever I make a request to come to India, so he never say no, and he used to come. and deliver a lecture only for sharing his ideas, knowledge to the students of this nation or this college, whatever it may be. Therefore, I personally appreciate him for his love and affection on me and his very, very much presence here. So you are all fortunate to listen to a speech, an idea of ES professor. Of course, true. And dear friends, it is a duty of the every college and a department to take necessary steps to reach national reach, global reach, and the event like this will certainly useful or helpful. To take the department to next level. I appreciate. And you see, in management they will say, management quote is there. Doing different thing is not great. Please, students. Doing different thing is not great. Doing same thing in different way is a great. So this is a very simple meaning for innovation. So innovation, there are different meanings, but whatever small thing you do it differently. Okay, that is very important. Same for doing different thing, you cannot go for different ideas. Same idea can be done, carried out in the different way. So only thing you have to seriously think over. Research means it's not the job of only the job of the teachers and even scholars, even students at the PG level, even students at the UG level, BCom level or BBA or MBA level. You can also think of doing anything differently. If you are going to get placed in a company, corporate world is very much expecting innovation, not doing the same thing in the same manner. They will not take you, they will not provide you a job. Therefore, of course, you may have the learning skill, I appreciate. Teachers may have a teaching skill, I do appreciate, no doubt. More importantly, research skill is very important. More than teaching skills or learning skill, research skill is considered as superior. And as a teacher, as a learner, you have to mix up with your learning skill with research skill. That is very important. So innovation is the order of the day. Such innovation should be sustainable. That is very important. Yeah. Now, we all teachers used to think publication. So once we publish, we think that our job is over, or we feel that we are fully satisfied. It cannot be like that. So we have to go to the next stage of patternizing new ideas, our ideas. Okay, we get the pattern. Is our job is over? No. Next stage, you have to think of commercialization. So any patent, any research output as a paper without a commercialization is nothing but a paper. It's nothing but a book. Therefore, we should know what are the different stages. Of course, this particular seminar, the discussions are going to be the eye-opener to the students' friends, scholars' friends, and the teachers' friends. And you should make use of this golden opportunity. We should think of making strong publication. Publication doesn't mean that I should not publish my paper in a journal published by Andavan College. And Andavan College teachers should not make publication in a journal published by a smart journal. So we have to think about that. Then only we can reach globally. Then only we can reach nationally. So when we do with understanding, so our reputation may not go up. Our number may go up, but the reputation should go up only when you break all these barriers and when you go beyond a state or even nation. So that much intention as a scholar, as a teacher, as a student, you must have. So then only we can reach. And more importantly, nowadays research means multidisciplinary is order of the day. Even new education policy 2020 is very much insisting interdisciplinary. So commerce department is different, computer science is different. No, computer science should come up and mix with the, commerce. It is not like that. So we have to mix up with the technology and different departments. So without multidisciplinary, hereafter we cannot make publication. Even our syllabus should be reoriented. In those days, introducing any new paper is a great challenge in the board of studies. But even now, we should be ready to give up even 20%, 30%, even 40%, even 50% of our, importance, our own subject to other subjects. No other way. So multidisciplinary is going to be fashion and order. All things are going to happen, and we should be ready for that, and we have to welcome it, and we should reorient or update our skills. Upskilling is very, very important, and I cannot say that I can only teach accountancy. If necessary, I should be able to teach even computer science. So to do that level, I should equip myself. So old way of, even my teacher started his career with only referring one book, Batley by Accountancy is a great book. Then he retired by referring only one book, Batley Bach. Those days are over. And in those days, memory power is considered as a superior. But nowadays, memory power will help you only to some extent. And the skill, knowledge in all domain is much more important. My dear friends, my dear young teachers and students friends, scholars friends should take note of it. Then only you can survive in a competitive world, in a environment world, and even AI world. Now artificial intelligence is going to dominate us. I don't know what way they are going to influence us, what way the artificial intelligence is going to influence our teaching, what way the artificial intelligence is going to influence our students, friends, their learning attitude, all are going to get changed. Please take this in your mind and try to change yourself. We have to change the world. This is very important, my dear friend. And my another appreciation is that, and organizers have identified 9 important themes in addition to sub-themes, so subtopics. So all are very relevant, and if the discussions are will be taking place on all these sub-themes, and your stay of 1 day or 2 day here will be certainly be enriching your knowledge and understanding on different domains of this, not commerce and management. Don't think that this is a event only for commerce and management. The entire change, the technology era is going to dominate. All areas will be discussed in these 2 days. And the speakers that they have identified are all also very competent speakers. And certainly your stay will give you a lot of information about updated trend. With this, I wish that your stay will be very useful in terms of improvement of your knowledge. And I wish all the best students, scholars and the teachers, and more importantly, my special appreciation to the organizers, principal sir, and the management of this great college. Wish you good luck. See you again tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for that scholarly exposition. Your deep insights into research integrity and publishing standards have truly elevated the academic discourse of this conference.
Words of encouragement from institutional stalwarts act as the fuel for academic pursuit. I now invite our respected Senior Vice Principal, Dr. G. Jyoti, to offer the felicitation address.
Respected dignitaries on the dais, distinguished resource persons, esteemed delegates, beloved faculty members, dear students, and one and all gathered here, a very pleasant morning to all. It's my privilege and honor to felicitate this gathering on the occasion of the 2-day international conference, Convergence 2026, on the theme Innovation, Sustainability, and Global Excellence, jointly organized by the School of Commerce and Management of our institution and Smart Journals. This conference reflects the true spirit of convergence, bringing together minds from across the world to share ideas for a better and sustainable future. The theme is very relevant in today's context, where innovation must go hand in hand with responsibility. I am confident that the deliberations over the next 2 days will generate insights that contribute both academics and for the social progress. I extend my heartfelt congratulations to the convener, the faculty members, and the student team, all the volunteers whose hard work has made this international forum possible. My appreciation also due to all the participants from different institutions and also from our institution. May this conference foster collaboration, inspire young minds, and reinforce our commitment towards the global excellence. I wish this conference, Convergence 2026, grand success and meaningful outcome. Thank you for the opportunity given. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for your uplifting words and unwavering support.
We now arrive at a momentous benchmark of today's ceremony, the immortalization of research and scholarship. Knowledge, when codified and shared, ceases to be ephemeral and becomes an enduring beacon for future generations.
Distinguished guests and dear participants, a souvenir is more than a publication. It is a lasting reflection of the ideas, insights, and intellectual journey of a conference. It is now our privilege to mark a memorable moment of Convergence 2026 with the official release of the conference souvenir. I request all the dignitaries on the dais to unveil the souvenir Convergence 2026 of Knowledge and Innovation. A 2-day international conference on Convergence 2026, Innovation, Sustainability and Global Excellence. The souvenir Convergence 2026 of Knowledge and Innovation is officially released. I request all the participants, let us mark this memorable moment with a warm round of applause.
A moment like this deserves to be cherished, for it captures the collective effort behind this prestigious conference. Thank you, dignitaries. Ladies and gentlemen, we now come to a moment of respect, gratitude, and recognition. It's our privilege to honor the distinguished personalities whose presence and leadership add immense value to Convergence 2026. We begin by honoring our esteemed chief guest, Dr. Balasubramaniam, Regents Professor of Finance, Sam Houston State University, USA. May I respectfully invite Dr. M. Pichaimani, respected Principal of Srimad Andavan Arts and Science College, to honor our esteemed chief guest with a shawl and memento as a token of our profound respect and gratitude. Sir, your distinguished presence has brought a truly international dimension to this conference. Thank you for accepting our honor, sir. We now have the privilege of honoring a distinguished academician, Dr. M. Selvam, retired Senior Professor and Head, Department of Commerce and Financial Studies, Founder, Publisher and Chief Editor, Smart Journal. May I request Dr. G. Jyoti, Senior Vice Principal, to kindly honor Dr. M. Selvam with a shawl and memento. Sir, your rich academic experience and scholarly contribution make your presence truly valuable to this gathering. Thank you for accepting our honor, sir. Thank you so much, sir. We now take this opportunity to honor the academic leadership that continues to guide our institution towards excellence. May I invite Dr. Keshaba, Dean of Commerce and Management, to honor our respected principal, Dr. M. Pichaimani, with a memento as a mark of our appreciation and respect. Thank you so much, sir, for accepting our honor. We now move forward to honor a distinguished member of our academic leadership, Dr. G. Jyoti, Senior Vice Principal. May I request Dr. M. Usharani, Associate Professor and Head, Department of BCom CA and PA, Srimad Andavan Arts and Science College, to kindly honor Dr. G. Jyoti with a memento. Dear audience, a warm round of applause for all these valuable people. It is said that recognition is the simplest expression of gratitude, while honor is a celebration of contribution. Today we have had the privilege of expressing our respect to these distinguished personalities who have graced Convergence 2026 with their presence. Thank you.
To introduce our eminent chief guest for today's international gathering, I invite Dr. M. Musharani, Associate Professor and Head Department of BCom CA and BA, to present the chief guest profile.
Thank you, Ma. A happy morning to one and all gathered here. It's my privilege and honor to introduce our distinguished guest, Dr. Balasubramaniam, Distinguished Assistant Professor of Finance at Sam Houston State University, Texas, United States of America, and Mini Stevens Piper Professor. Dr. Maniam received his PhD in Finance from the University of Mississippi and his MBA and Bachelor of Science in Computer Science from Arkansas State University. He began his teaching career in 1991 and joined Sam Houston State University in 1997. Where he progressed to become a full professor in 2006. He also served as a department chair in the College of Business from the year 2008 to 2011. He is highly accomplished academician with more than 3 decades of teaching experience and has received numerous prestigious awards, including the Texas State University State Regents Professor Designation, Distinguished Professor of Finance, and the Mini Stevens Piper Professor Award. His contribution to research and academia are truly remarkable. He has published over 250 articles in peer-reviewed journals. The person presented more than 300 papers at national and international conferences. And also, he has served as the external examiner for PhD thesis and a keynote speaker at several international conferences. We are deeply honored to have such an eminent academician and a distinguished scholar with us today. Let us warmly welcome our Dr. Balasubramaniam. Welcome you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am, for introducing our distinguished chief guest comprehensively.
It is an absolute honor to welcome our chief guest, Dr. Balasubramaniam, Regents Professor of Finance, Sam Houston State University, USA. A globally renowned thinker in international financial markets and economic governance, his expertise spans decades of high-impact global research. Sir, we respectfully invite you to deliver the special address.
Thank you and good morning. I'm truly privileged to be here. I do enjoy coming to conferences and workshops, and I think that's truly organized in India, partly because it gives me an immense pleasure to share what I've learned over the years. At the same time, an opportunity to almost give back. I see that as something that I truly enjoy doing. So any time when somebody like Dr. Selvam, who I've known for a while, he says that we would like to do this, would you like to join us? I literally, he doesn't have to convince me too much. I'm almost like, yes, sir, I'm coming. So thank you so much. I do want to thank the principal and all the organizers for organizing such a conference. This is a very timely conference. This is an area that none of us can escape. I'm also very appreciative that the knowledge experts, the consultants from SSN, Tamil Nadu chapter is here to share their know-how, because I'm one of those who believe theory and practice have to meet, and that opportunity is created by your principal and the team, and I think that's truly a remarkable thing to do. I think Dr. Selvam said some of these things that I will definitely share in my speech later. We are in a crossroad, and this is an area that none of us can shy away from. We cannot put our head underground under the sun and say, well, this shall pass. I will come back and I'll continue doing what I'm doing. The world has gone to a point, none of us, I don't care what profession you are in, you can do that. I will use myself an example because I can relate to that. I started teaching an online class in 2010. I was literally forced to teach that because they said, sir, you teach the graduate finance class, the corporate finance class, financial management. You have to teach this because we are going to offer this online starting now. I love to teach face-to-face. I love the interaction with my students. I walk around the class. I can pick my students and ask questions. I can relate theory and practice right away. So it's like peeling me off from my most comfort zone to something that I have absolutely no idea. I'm a newbie, so I learned. The very first lecture notes I did, I remember, I went through 3 or 4 iterations. They'll record things for me. Couple of hours of recording. I said that's not good enough. Go through this again. It took me almost 6 months finally before I said, this is okay. And by the time they realized that I was holding them to a higher standard, I also told them that I want my recordings to be digitized. So, but even with all that said and done, I knew I was barely there in terms of knowing this new method of delivery. So the next 10 to 15 years, almost the next 10 years, I was still continuous learning, incorporating new practices, new approaches, anything that came about, whether it's a document camera, whether it's using my the financial calculator, that is, you can pull it up at the same time when you're showing things, and you can use your document camera and simultaneously put all that together where the students almost feel they are in a classroom environment, where they can ask you a question, they can see what you're writing, they can show you, they can see how you're punching in your financial calculator and so on. That took practice. I used to spend countless weekends just sharpening my skills. The reason I'm saying that is, by the time COVID showed up, when some of my faculties were what I was 10 years ago, they had no idea what to do. I was very comfortable. Well, you got to teach this face-to-face class, also go on and teach it online. For me, it was a no-brainer, no challenge. I did that. But they all struggled. When I went from face-to-face to online teaching, similarly, the interaction, the way you make sure that students are, so you are continuously improving. Give an example. I teach online, students don't show up. Some of them, they think they can see the recording later. I have to devise a new method. I have to come up with a way. So I had to use what I call bundle of sticks, which is basically, I tell them, okay, here is a Japanese style game. One of you tell me if you want to answer this question. I will show a number. They pick the question and then I display it. They have to quickly answer that question. So there was that interaction. There was things that I know who's participating, not participating. So I had to do that in class to make sure, or online, which I'm calling in class because now there is that live interaction that nobody's just listening to me. They have to participate just like I did in my face-to-face. And then to make sure that they are looking at the material that you have displayed, that they are critically thinking about what you are doing in your class. Having discussion questions or other questions online where they have to go in a particular window and answer at least one question. So those interactions make them participate, become more like face-to-face. Then come the most recent that all of you know, the AI. Now, with ChatGPT and cloud and everything, especially when you're teaching in an online environment, people could just cut and paste into AI and ask AI, tell me what's the answer to this numerical question. So you have to now devise your questions or embed blank white lines or devise your question where the AI is doomed to give you a wrong answer. That is something that I started doing last year. Because when you see your class or the average there as a bell-shaped curve and now suddenly it's skewed to the right, you know something is absolutely not going right. Something is going on with your students. They are cheating. So you have to find ways. The reason I'm saying that as an example, that is the continuous process I had to do just being a faculty member, just a professor. If you go back and look at a professor teaching economics or finance 30, 40 years ago, they literally teach the same thing, everything's in there. They go talk about the theory, they do examples, they go home, it's done. Today, it is a complete different mindset. This is what happens in every field. If anybody would tell me, no, my field is this, I don't need to worry about AI. I don't have to worry about sustainability. I don't have to worry about, from a global scale. I just want to think locally or regionally. That doesn't apply to me. In my speech later, I will talk about that a little bit. Why, in today's environment, convergence means turning innovation into sustainable value while meeting global standards for quality, ethics, scale, and impact. With that, I will pause for now. I'll definitely share some of my insights into this. But I do want to close this by saying every one of us are in an environment where we have to continuously learn and innovate. Otherwise, we will be left behind so quickly, you have no idea what hit you. Thank you so much.
We extend our deepest gratitude to you, sir, for that masterful key address. Your profound perspective on international finance and global sustainability has added immense value to Convergence 2026.
Gratitude is the memory of the heart and the noble culmination of any grand celebration. To deliver the vote of thanks for this inaugural session, I call upon Dr. S. Ramya, Associate Professor and Head, Department of Commerce.
Be present in all things and grateful for all things. Yes, a very good morning to everyone. It is my great pleasure and privilege to propose the vote of thanks for this inaugural function of the two-day international conference, Convergence 2026, Innovation, Sustainability and Global Excellence, organized by the School of Commerce and Management, jointly with the Smart Journal, Bhardasan University. First of all, I thank Almighty God for blessing us with this wonderful opportunity and for making this program a successful one. My heartfelt thanks to our respected Secretary and Correspondent, Sri C.A. Venkatesh R. for his valuable guidance and support. I extend my sincere thanks to our respected Principal, Dr. M. Pichaimani sir, for delivering the inaugural address and for his insightful mentorship and moral support. Thank you, sir. I extend my heartfelt thanks to our esteemed keynote speaker, Dr. M. Selvam, retired Senior Professor and Head, Department of Commerce and Financial Studies, Bhardasan University, founder, publisher and chief editor of Smart Journal, for his inspiring and informative keynote address. Thank you, sir. We are also grateful to our special guest, Dr. Balasundramaniam, Regents, Professor of Finance, Sham Houston Stant University, USA, for his valuable special address. Thank you, sir. I would like to thank our respected Senior Vice Principal, Dr. G. Jyoti, for the felicitation address and her kind support. Next, I'd like to thank Director SISMA, Dr. Lakshmi Ma'am, for the support and wishes. Next, I would like to express my sincere thanks to our vice principals, controller of examination, IQAC coordinator, deans of various departments, head of the various departments, and all the members of college administration for their support in making this conference successful. My special thanks to our respected Dean of Commerce and Management, Dr. K. Shubha, for the warm welcome address and for her valuable contribution to this conference. My sincere thanks to all the faculty members, research scholars, students, organizing committee members, technical team, non-teaching staff members, and volunteers whose hard work and cooperation made this event possible. Finally, I thank all the participants and delegates for being with us and making this inaugural session meaningful and memorable. Once again, I thank you all.
Thank you, ma'am. Distinguished delegates, the inaugural ceremony may now draw to a close, but the intellectual journey of Convergence 2026 has going to begin. I request all the participants to kindly remain engaged. Before that, we shall now take a short tea break for 10 minutes. Tea and refreshments have been arranged for you at the designated area. So enjoy your tea break and we look forward to welcome you back shortly. Thank you all and let the academic journey begin in another 10 minutes. Thank you.
Testing Hello, testing.
Dear audi- Dear- Dear audience, I request everyone to please be seated. The session 1 is going to start in a short while. The faculty in charges of the following sessions. Session 1, Ms. R. Vasanthi from Department of Management. Session 2, Sai Prasad sir from Department of Commerce. Ms. S. R. Kavita, Session 3 in charge. And Ms. G. Saraswati, Session 4 in charge. I request all the faculty session in charges to ensure the overall arrangements for your sessions, including presence of mic, projector, reception, folder, photos and all other requirements. Session in charges, kindly ensure whether all the requirements are ready. Dear students, I request the students to come forward. Front the seats are empty. The session 1 is going to start. We request the participants to come forward. And the last please come. I request everyone to please be seated. I welcome the dignitaries to start the session 1 officially. I welcome all the students, academicians, researchers to come and join with us to the session 1 of today, International Conference Convergence 2026.
Every great journey begins with a single step, and every meaningful session begins with an open mind. A warm and gracious morning to everyone gathered here. It just gives me an immense pleasure to welcome you all to the session 1 of today's programming. We are delighted to have you with us and distinguished resource person who is here to share his valuable knowledge, experience and insights with us. It is my privilege to extend a warm welcome to our esteemed resource person, Dr. Balasubramaniam, Resident Professor of Finance, USA. Sir, we are truly honored by your presence with us today. Your expertise and experience will certainly make this session an enriching and memorable one all of us. As it is rightly said, knowledge grows when it is shared. With great pleasure, I now invite Dr. Balasubramaniam to address the gathering and enlighten us with his valuable thoughts. Sir, the stage is yours.
Dear students, session 1 officially start. I request everyone to please maintain silence.
Good morning, guys. Good morning again. You all better quiet down very quickly because otherwise I have 40 slides and I will take 2 hours. So in order to make sure I finish up in 30 minutes to 45 minutes, I need your cooperation. So thank you again, and I really do appreciate coming here. I'm a professor of finance at St. Houston, and I've been teaching finance for a long time. The reason this topic is important, it's very timely, and this is something that every one of you, I don't care what is your major, I know most of you are commerce major, regardless of major, even non-commerce major, this is all going to be part of your life. So it is something that you cannot say that I'm done, I don't have to study, or I don't have to learn anymore. It is truly, you are in an environment where you are truly going to continuously improve yourself, learn, and do things better. So now, with that done, said, I came up with this topic, sort of a general idea behind the theme of the conference, where I wanted to sort of lay the, if I were to say the roadmap, or at least give you a general idea, what is this all about? The big idea really is advantages comes from connecting 3 agendas that many organizations still manage separately. Okay? So convergence means turning innovations to sustainable value while global standards of meeting global standards of quality, ethics, scale, and impact. Now, sort of put it in a different way, the central claim is integrated strength beats isolated excellence in technology. Technology, ESG, and rankings. Thank you, sir. I'm so used to talking to my students loudly. The reason why I talk loudly, because otherwise they don't pay attention. I forgot we also have faculty members here. They are not used to listening to me. So, so the evidence, there's a lot of evidence. Research studies and global reports, they do support this claim. And then the outcome, what is the framework for leadership, policymakers, as well as implementation. Why convergence matter? 4 signals that define the world, where firms, universities, economics compete. SDG's target is on track, only 35%. Clean energy investment last year was about 2.2 trillion. US private II investment, this is old number, this has changed so much. I was in a rush trying to collect this information, I did not get the latest. This has changed a lot. And then about 139 economies access in GII in 2025 alone. So, sustainability gap raises the urgency for innovation and with visible outcomes. There is a huge gap. You see that number. So that needs to change. AI and digital tools create productivity gains, yet access remains uneven or not very clear. And finally, energy capital turns sustainable to energy strategy. Global excellence depend on all the key players, institutions, universities, and so forth. Now, when I was talk about a topic like this, especially in an environment like this, I sort of look at it like as if I'm talking to my students or trying to create this in a research question format. Here, how does convergence among innovation, sustainability, and global excellence create durable value? That's the key question. Okay? You can read some of this. I won't go through every one of this because I will definitely run time. So that's what we are trying to do. Now, the concept is simple. We have three components: sustainability, innovation, excellence. They all have to converge. That convergence advantage is what we are talking about. This convergence, think about that as a capacity system, not as three check items. You're not just checking three boxes. If you think about that, that is what we are looking for. Mechanisms, sense shifts, seize opportunities, transform systems. Logic, value logic, better products, lower risk, longer or stronger legitimacy, scalable quality. And finally, measurement, innovation, input, output, ESG performance, talent quality, competitor resilience. So that's our topic is all about, the convergence advantage. As I said, I will not go through every one of these slides. I will let you see some of this as I talk through this very quickly, because I do need to keep track of my time a little bit. So there are a lot of resources out there. And we talked about this earlier, and I want to point this. One of the reasons I love to talk or give speeches or be in a dissertation committee as an external chair or a committee member, that provides me the venues to keep myself up to date, because I'm always afraid of becoming obsolete. It is so easy. I was an undergraduate science major in computer science. I was so good in programming, just about Pascal, Fortran, whatever you name, but I didn't go through that today. You know, I learned C++ and some of the other things, but if you go tell me to program some of this today, I don't have the skill set, or at least it will take me time to learn because I did not follow through that. The reason I'm saying that is, the reason I do some of this, I enjoy doing this. Dr. Selvam thinks that he really has to push me and say, Bala, please come and do that. None of that. I'm jumping up and down to do that because it forces me to research, get better understanding. Similarly with theses, evaluation and all that. It forces me to say, oh, somebody is using this. I'm not aware of this methodology being tweaked to do this work. That keeps me on the toe. Same thing here. You've got to be on the forefront in order to continuously do this. So there is a lot of research that supports what we are talking about today. Now, go there. The 5 lenses that support convergence: dynamic capabilities, natural resources-based ideas or view, shared value, ambiguity, I can now never pronounce that word, open innovations. What are the core ideas of these? Systemic capabilities, for instance, sense, seize, transform, under certainty. Linkage to convergence, integrates technology, sustainability, and standards. So you can see how from dynamic capabilities, you link that to convergence, similarly with the others. Shared value means business value and social value reinforces each other, aligns growth and legitimacy. So this is very important. So we are talking about, how all of this goes through the process. Now, I won't go through every one of this. You can quickly look at it. As I said, you got to go back and look at what has been done, where the literature stands, before you start talking or doing research on something else. So you've got to make sure you have to know where it is now, because then you know exactly what is missing, or is there the gap that you need to fill. Similarly here, there is all this different study stream, and the evidence basically, for instance, digital transformation
Basically, the evidence is digital capacity improves sustainable business performance. Practical meaning is technology must connect to clear goals. So these are all supported in the literature, and it also points that that the findings point towards integration and not a single agenda management. And you might see on the very bottom of some of this, I do have the resources where some of this were taken. And most of the resources I looked at, because this is such a hot topic today, they are basically mostly 24 to 26. I didn't go back further because maybe in 2021, some of us might still be talking about, we didn't know that 2026 AI is going to do what's doing today. So, now, I won't go through this. Sometimes I do things because I teach both UG and graduate students. Sometimes I like to put it in layman's term. But basically, you can look at all that. The key distinction, convergence is not just adding 3 agendas. It is more making the 3 capacity systems work together. Okay? Now, context in terms of risk and opportunity now arrive together. Leaders need resilience, trust, innovation capacity at the same time. Pressure, for instance, fragmented market. Markets are very fragmented. We are talking about a global environment. Global standards must somehow or other be able to merge with the regional intelligence. So there should be, you cannot just think about a global where if you're in the ASEAN country or in Southeast Asia or in East Asia, you got to make sure it must make sense to that side. Climate and resource pressure, green innovation, circular design, AI acceleration, digital governance, talent and responsible adoption, and finally, institutional volatility, where trust, transparency, and adaptive policy is very important. This is becoming very important in today's environment. You're going to talk about a lot of transparency, trust, and so forth in the next decade, because that is very important. And again, I like to always have a relatable example. Here I said, a supplier may have great technology, but still loses business if the buyer has issues with his labor practice, where he's buying his things, cybersecurity, or even delivery quality. Just because you have that, it does not translate to a good business or a profitable business. So you've got to be very careful. This is 2025 data. Things have changed. And I'm still not so sure about this. So I don't hold me to this number. This is the AI index. The key question is whether AI matters. It is how leaders turn it into trusted values. It says in this, US is 109.9, this thing in the form, the index. China is 9.3, and UK is 4.5. I'm not so sure about this, but this is what research. So this is a Stanford HIA index report of 2025. So I'm not so sure, but this is what it is. But it means AI capacity concentrated in very few places. Organizations outside these places still need talent, partnership, data discipline, and governance. Clean energy is today a strategic capital, or capital strategy, it's now a capital strategy, excuse me. Energy, data centers, AI, and grid resilience is increasingly linked, and I'll talk about those a little later. So you can see some of these investments, and as I said, these things are going to change. And also, I would not count out fossil energy going down simply because I'm in the energy corridor of the world. Houston, Texas is the energy corridor. I can tell you the industry is very much alive, and they are always coming up with new innovative ideas to drill. So if anybody were to say, for instance, a student of mine will come and say, So I really still want to go into the oil and gas industry. What do you think about the future in 10 years' time? I say, if that is what you like, go for it. It's not going to die. You might have somebody else have a different opinion. Well, no, you don't want to do that. That's just a dying area. I don't think so. Now, is it being challenged by some of this? Is that push for some of you to go to the other renewables and so forth? Yes. But yet, it is not going to go away, at least in the short term. And I can promise you, even in all your lifetime, they will have more and more innovative ways of drilling, whether it's fracking, I remember having conversation with my students in 2009 when the oil price was so high, and I said, are we are the wells drying up? They said, sir, it's just not that. We have already found ways we can get to it differently, rather than just a vertical drilling. They go through all kinds of zigzag, and now they are using less water, they are using other methods. They can go so much deeper that it was not even possible 5 years ago. So the chances of that so-called drying up is not happening, or at least those industry folks, the experts in that area, are not going to let it up. So it is going to be still a competitive player. Now, what they do need to do, that they are doing, they are using more and more of the advanced technology, mapping and this and that, which is today, you'll think, how is it possible that they can see it so far down? So there's a lot of things that's going on there today. It is here to stay. The key thing in some of this, when you look at, let's talk about sustainability a little bit. Sustainability gap, remember the first slide I showed you, the first or second slide. The gap still exists, okay? It needs faster execution. The issue is not goals. We have plenty of goals. The problem is diffusion, finance, and capacity. So, for instance, on track or moderate, only 35%. Too slow or little progress, 47%. Regressing, going backwards, 18%. So, I always, I always do things like I'm teaching my class. Pause and think. A good sustainability plan must answer 3 questions. What changes in operations, who pay for it, and how do we improve progress? Okay, that's important. So, there is a gap. It needs to faster execution. Here, the top groups, top countries that combines knowledge, infrastructure, institutions, talent, and private sector dynamism. The highest is Switzerland, US is number 3. Singapore, believe me or not, is number 5. So, takeaway, innovation leadership is not one firm or one policy. It emerges from a system that keeps talent, knowledge, finance, and standards connected. But we are still a long way to go. Global excellence. Credible institutions buffer organizations against shocks and fragmentation. Older emphasis, for instance, we talk about scale and efficiency. Today we talk about institutional credibility. Very important. Those days we talk about economies of scale or cost advantage. Today we talk about resilience and quality. Those days we talk about local optimization. Today we talk about global standards with local relevance. Compliance. Compliance has become trust, transparency, and ethical capacity. So, another quick example. A company with lower price may still lose contracts if investor has problem with tracing where the product is, data protection, or governance. Okay, now a little bit about innovation. Innovation is a strategic renewal. It's not only just about innovation. I think Dr. Selvam earlier pointed out. It renews how work gets done. Okay, so products better have better features, lower cost, better accessibility. Processes, make sure it has less errors, fewer waste, faster recycle time. platforms, stronger connection among investors and different players, and finally the model, new revenue logic, service models and partner models. So this is how it is all has become more of a strategic issue rather than anything else. Digital transformations need capacity, obviously, all right? For instance, I said, technology alone does not create transformation. Every player, system, people, data, governance does. For instance, an example, digital layer, data infrastructure. Governance role, in this case, would be visibility across cost, carbon, quality, customer value. How do you measure that? Quality data and cyber resilience. You can look at some of those examples. All right? A simple, relatable example. A grocery chain reduces food waste when demand forecasting, store training, supply coordination, and investor behavior work together. So it's all interconnected, or they all got to be interconnected in today's environment in order for you to truly outdo somebody else. Sustainability as a value creation. Sustainability becomes strategic when it shapes design, investment, talent, and risk. Again, we have all these different layers, and I'll just pick one, for instance. Green product innovation. You got to have the differentiation and new product or new market access. You know, you cannot just go into the same, for instance, you already have a saturated market. You cannot just think about, let's just concentrate on this. You got to look at other marketplace where you have opportunities to penetrate. Now, ESG, green and innovation and performance. Recent studies point to a very practical lesson. ESG value grows when it changes operations. These are some of the evidence, and I'm not going through every one of this. But takeaway is ESG works best when leaders pair it with innovation, digital availability, and credible measurement. Okay, these are all data, by the way, from 2025-24 only. And then on sustainability, circular design, you all are very familiar. Circular economy, it needs a business model redesign. Okay, so I had a conversation on or speech on this very recently, and here's an example, a consumer example. A phone is easier to recycle or repair only when product design, parts access, service networks, and customer incentives all line up. So think about all these examples, or you can think about a lot of examples where, in order for you to have achieved that, that should be the way it should work. Now, I won't go through every one of this, but I mentioned global excellence beyond just ranking. You don't want to just rank about, I'm number one. Yeah, you may be number one, but are you doing enough? Excellence means trusted delivery across standards, people, systems, and impact. For instance, if you just take institutional credibility, transparent governance, trusted decisions, indicators, quality of your audit, stakeholders, trust. You can look at anywhere of this. Local relevance to global scale, world standards adapt to local needs, market fit, inclusion, as well as social impact. Now, how convergence creates advantage? You can just look at the slide. I think that little chart makes sense. Sense shapes, seize opportunities, transform your systems, scale it globally, measure the impact of what you have just done. You are there. Okay? And I have some example. I've got 3 examples. Integration 1, how innovation plus sustainability, example. All right? Ask a sustainability question every time you make an innovation question. You're making an innovation decision. Make sure you say, is that sustainable? Here, you can go look at this, and I'll just give you a simple example. A smart thermostat is not sustainable because it is digital. It is because it creates value when it lowers energy use, preserves comfort, and earns the trust of the user. Okay? Now, another example on the other side. Sustainability and global excellence. How do I pair those together? Sustainability becomes credible when measurement and assurance match the promise. Make sure that you can measure it. You say sustainable, is it measurable? All right? So, sustainability gains credibility through international standards, transparent measurement, and rigorous reassurance. And then finally, innovation and global excellence. I'm trying to pair each one of that separately just to show you. Excellence turns new ideas into reliable, scalable, trusted impact. Okay? For instance, innovation risk, speed without discipline, global excellence control, quality gates, and ethical review. That's what happens when you do not have proper discipline. Results, you have trustworthy issue. Local pilot without diffusion, global partner networks and standards, broader adoption. So every one of that you can kind of put your thumb and look at it. And I won't go through this slide. I just want to point out many research supports the same managerial message. You can look it up. You can look at this very carefully. Okay. Now let's talk about practical convergence. I call this practical convergence dashboard. Measure whether these three agendas are working together, not only whether the activity is happening. Are they working together? Are they all merging as one? All right, that's very important. For instance, innovation dimension, R&D intensity, patents, product launch cycle, AI adoption, improvement rate. Interpretive question is, are we learning faster than the environmental changes? Similarly, you ask the question on sustainability, all right? Energy intensity, emissions, waste, circular revenue, ESG assurance. Are we reducing risk and creating long-term value? And finally, on the global excellence, quality indicators, accreditation, partnership, talent, trust. Our global standards and governance are globally credible. All right? So, with that comes convergence. Shared innovation portfolio tied to sustainability and global standards. Are these decisions and incentives integrated? That's the question. And I said a simple test, if you want to call it useful test. A dashboard should change decisions. If nobody uses the metrics to shift money, people, and priorities, it is simply a vanity or decoration. Okay? It has to change. I won't go through these cases. I've got a couple of cases here. So I won't go through these cases. You can kind of look at this. As I said, I always create more than I want to. Critical issues, risk and trade-offs. You can look at that. For instance, innovation inequality. Why does it matter? AI and capital concentrated in advantage countries only. Those South countries, they have an issue. Talent development and partnership and inclusive policy is a must, or it's something that they all have to look into. You can look at every one of those other ones as risk. Similarly, on governance architecture for convergence, good ideas needs owners, decision rights, matrix, and learning loops. Okay, again, here there is, you talk about, let me pull just one, talent and culture. Action, build skills, incentive, and leadership behavior. Owners, the HR department, faculty, if you say university, chairs, as well as if it's corporation management. So, if you're talking about universities. Finally, implementation, roadmap from inspiration to capacity. This is what I sort of put it together. You guide to diagnose, what is your baseline, prioritize, focus on the portfolio, design an operating model, pilot, so you do a small pilot, find the evidence and refine that later, and then go scale it, global, institutionalize capacity, and finally go back and look at it, learn to do continuous improvement and renewal. I definitely don't have time to talk about that, so I'm going to skip. I think I'm going to skip that basically. Nations and religions build advantage by connecting innovation system to sustainable growth. What is the implication for thing? I'll just say the thing. Strategy becomes stronger when finance, innovation, ESG, quality share one decision system. So it is, I have a question here somewhere, I don't know where that question is. Let me see if I can find that question. I think I missed that question. I had one question. Okay, I wanted to say, today, in terms of convergence, you cannot think about unit, or one area. It is, I had a question somewhere that basically said, every one of these things have to play a role. So we are talking about true convergence. Then only we're talking about true convergence. So I'm almost at the very tail end. So I've got just a couple of slides. Let me just tell you. What is the future reward? You guys are going to see the next decade world favor organizations that learns quickly and govern changes very well. So if you are in an area where you said, so I'm not going to do that, that's not how I did it, or you resist change, you might as well don't go into that area. In that sense, you might as well not work at all, because it's just about every place you go to, change is it's going to happen. You got to adapt to that. I gave you an example earlier when I talked about, I'm in the tail end in my profession. Some of my colleagues have retired. I told myself, until the day I retire, I am going to learn to do my job better. Whether it's research, whether it's teaching, I'm still looking for ways and means of improving these. Why? I am so afraid if I blink, somebody will be better than me. Or I do not know enough. Well, I'm competitive in that nature, so I want to make sure I'm better than the other person. That's another story. But I want to make sure I am on top of things. I don't want somebody to say, that old professor, he doesn't know anything. Yeah, technology and him are so far away. No. You cannot be in that environment today. Maybe 30 years ago, 40 years ago. You got to be ready to make those changes. Lifelong learning. Now, maybe after I retire, I may not be learning so much. I may just say, tell my son, here, please fix this for me. I'm too old to be looking at it because I can't even see. But at this point, I have not going to do that. All right? AI world reshape work, but judgments, ethics, creativity, and governance will determine outcome. Today, we are also in an environment where a lot of things are done, I don't want to say unethically. Some of people are crossing the gray area. If you think you can get away with it in the long term, maybe you can get away in the short term. Don't go there. Okay? Don't go there. Why? There is no such thing as I can get away with anything today. That's the message I will tell you. You will feel or face the consequences of some of this somewhere or other, because today some of the systems are a lot smarter than you think. Okay? Don't think I am going to finish this UG or this research paper in my graduate class. I am going to do something and I'm going to get it. I passed my thing. I'm good to go. 5 years down the line, you are in a very good position. And somebody said, so and so thesis is full of plagiarism. Because the technology can dictate everything you pulled out from somewhere else. It already can. But imagine it can even do more. Imagine exactly, it can even timestamp the time you picked up these things. You are in a key position. You are now managing people. What happens to your reputation that you built the last 5 years? Gone in a day. So the reason I'm pointing that very bluntly, I'm spending so much time today redoing my exams and retooling myself because I do not want my students to cheat and face the consequences later. My final slide. The central lesson is simple. Durable advantage comes from integration. Conclusions, you can read up very quickly. Innovation is necessary but incomplete, means we need to still do more. Sustainability becomes a strategic when it drives transformation. Global excellence is broader than ranking. Ranking is not sufficient. Finally, convergence creates durable advantage. You cannot treat any one of these separate entities. You got to treat them all as one system. That's my thought on this topic. I'm sorry. I was trying to make it 30 minutes. I think I went 40. Any questions? Please ask me. I love questions. If anybody want to ask me, especially the ladies in the front, they all have some questions for me, I think. No? Anybody have any questions? Any thoughts? Anything you want to share with me? Do you want anything that you want to ask me? Yes, sir. Repeat that. Oh, sorry. What?
It's okay. How do we implement ESG module, which you have told in a broader scale, to implement in a place like this?
I got to think about that over here. I mean, the question was basically how do you invest an ESG model in a place like this? For instance, here, you're talking. I'm assuming you're talking about the college rather than broader in the. Your university or your college, most of you from rural background, in many cases where your parents are, you're maybe the first generation of students going to college, right? And if I am in the university environment, and some of you finish your degree, and they do tell you, some of you come from Tamil medium, you're doing with English, it's a challenge itself, and then you finish your degree, they try to help you in terms of getting into a job environment. You're scared, or you get a job, you want to stay in this region, this area, you don't want to venture out because this is your comfort zone. For you to go from Tamil medium to English itself was a big challenge. Now you finally graduated. Now they say, go somewhere else. Are you kidding me? I'm a Tamil girl. My parents don't want to be away from me more than, 20 miles, 30 kilometers. So how do you do that? Well, why did you do that? For instance, so how do you sustain bringing in more students? You guys go out, so those of you who go out, I will make sure I keep track of them. And then bring them, because they are your face. They were your face 5 years ago, 3 years ago. Come and tell them, what did I do right? They're going to say, the only thing I did best. Yeah, besides my parents make me go to college and whatever. Me leaving Trichy and going here, going to Delhi or going somewhere else, wherever it is, to work, or Bangalore, wherever it is. that broadened my skill set. I was continuously challenged. I am in a better position, I'm in a better pay. I really want to thank so and so because they pushed me to go do that. You can then relate to, because he or she was somebody in your shoes a few years ago. Now, that means you are now going to go, at the same time you are now going to recruit the other students who were not even keen to go to college. Look what I have done. I went to the college, now I am doing this. And I can tell you this in a very general sense. You know, I'm not going to talk about female inequality and whatnot. You got to take that the bold step forward. I'm talking about just students in general. Because coming from English, Tamil to English and moving beyond, it is all a challenge. I can't even speak. Even today, both my boys are US raised, English speaking, speaks very well. They make fun of my English. They say, they still talk about, you still talk with accent. They'll still say things like that. You know what I tell them? English is just a medium of communication. I am a subject expert in this. I don't care about the language. So you should be saying, yeah, just because I don't speak the beautiful English that you are speaking doesn't matter. I am a subject expert in this. You are a nobody. Some of the most successful Indians I say success, I'm not talking about Sundarai Pichai and Peaks, just regular people. When I see them, they can barely speak. They are making good money. Why? Their skill set in their field is so good. They are not afraid of other people. Same thing with you. You should not be afraid to take that leap. That is a leap for some of you. Parents are worried. Parents like, I don't want my child to be so far away. You got to do that. And then you should encourage the rest to take that path. Talk about the sustainable path. Okay? And that's a message I can tell all of you. And believe me, if I tell you my history of where I was, where when I was 10 years old, 11 years old, I was running behind cows. Okay? Today I'm a college professor, doing very well. That's because I did take some bold steps. But more importantly, I had role models who say, Bala, you can do it. So believe in those people, do that. I can tell you, I used to go to undergraduate, some of you, I used to go to college with my head down. Literally like a newly married girl. Never talked until when I went to MBA, where I really bloomed up. And then my wife later told me, now you never stop talking. That's another story. Thank you so much, guys.
Thank you, sir, for that enlightening and insightful session. Your valuable thoughts and perspectives have certainly added great meaning to today's program. As we come towards the end of the session, it's time to express our gratitude. Gratitude turns what we have into enough. I now invite Dr. S. Tanihemani, Associate Professor, Department of Commerce, Srimad Andavan Arts and Science College, to propose the oath of thanks.
Thank you, sir.
Hello, check testing.
Respected dignitaries, faculty members and dear students, very good afternoon to all. It's my privilege to propose the vote of thanks on this wonderful occasion. I express my sincere gratitude to our respected secretary and correspondents and also management for their continuous support and encouragement in organizing this program. I extend my heartfelt thanks to our respected principal, Dr. M. Pichaimani sir, and also Dr. K. Subha, Dean of Commerce and Management, for their valuable guidance. I sincerely thank our esteemed resource person, Dr. Balasubramaniam, Regent, Professor of Finance, USA, for being with us and sharing his valuable knowledge, experience, and insights. Thank you very much, sir. My special thanks to the Senior Vice Principal, Vice Principals, COE, IQAC, Deans, heads from various departments, and all the faculty members. I thank to technical staff members and also non-teaching members. Finally, I thank to students and participants from various institutions for their active presence and participation. Once again, thank you all. Have a wonderful day. Thank you very much.
Dear students, session 2 is going to start in a short while. I request everyone to please maintain silence.
Good afternoon, everyone. We are now ready to begin our second session of today's program. A meaningful session becomes memorable when we listen, learn, and take away something valuable from it. So, let us continue this program with the same enthusiasm and interest. It is time to introduce our esteemed resource person. I request Dr. N. Kritika, Assistant Professor, Department of BCom Bank Management and Corporate Secretaryship, to introduce our resource person, Mr. Mahesh Balakrishnan, SSN TN Chapter. Please, ma'am.
Good afternoon, one and all gathered here. It is my distinct honor and privilege to introduce our esteemed chief guest, Mr. Mahesh Balakrishnan, today events. Mr. Balakrishnan is a distinguished senior professional with over 28 years of experience in large-scale transformation programs and projects. His expertise spans across integrated risk management, cybersecurity, cyber forensics, board reporting, cyber law, and data privacy, with a prolific career that has taken him across various geographies. As an AI and data privacy consultant, advisor, and trainer, Mr. Balakrishnan has been instrumental in shaping governance in enterprise technology, data privacy, and enterprise risk management. His expertise also include board governance, cyber law, and cyber forensics, where his insights and leadership are highly valued. He holds advanced qualifications, including a master's degrees in cyber forensics and information security, a BE in electronics and communication engineering, and a postgraduate diploma in cyber law and cyber forensics. His professional certifications include CGAIT, CRISC, CISM, CCA, COVID-5, FIA from ISACE, as well as AIGP, FIP, CIPM, and CIPE from IAP. He also serves as the Honorary Secretary at the Chennai chapter of ISACE, actively engaging
Believe
with the
me,
industry to
I will
develop
hold the
partnerships
audience.
and share his subject matter expertise. We are indeed privileged to have such a seasoned professional among us today. Please join me in extending a very warm welcome to our chief guest, Mr. Mahesh Balakrishnan. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am, for the wonderful introduction. It's time to honor our resource person.
May I now request Mr. G. Deepak, Head, Department of Management, to honor our resource person with a memento.
Sir, on behalf of School of Commerce and Management, we feel very much privileged to honor the resource person of Session 2 with a memento.
Thank you.
Honoring by Mr. Deepak, Head, Department of Management. Thank you so much, sir. We are very much happy for your valuable presence.
Okay.
Sir, the floor is yours.
Yeah. Good morning. எல்லாரும் ஃபோன் கொஞ்சம் சைலண்ட்ல வச்சிடலாமா? ஃபோன் சைலண்ட்ல வைக்கலாமா? Next 30 minutes, 35 minutes. Phone silent, please. Right, 35 minutes. ஏன்னா அடுத்த ஸ்பீக்கர் அவரும் ஒரு 35 minutes எடுத்துக்க போறார். அதுக்கப்புறமா தான் உங்களுக்கு lunch. So just listen to me for the next 35 minutes. See how what we have come here for. Next 35 minutes might shape why you are here, what your career can be, what research you can go ahead and do. One conversation, please. One conversation. Please listen to me for the next 35 minutes. Right? Why am I here? I am a cyber security professional. Why am I here? You tell me, why am I here? In commerce and management. But before that, I just would want to thank, okay, your organizers, especially எனக்கு தெரிஞ்சதெல்லாம் சுபா மேடம், மற்ற பேர் எனக்கு தெரியாது, மன்னிச்சிருங்க, organizers. Okay, but you know what? Other than people who have consistently worked, the pit masters, fantastic job. Really, what they are doing, pit masters, give a round of applause to them, right? உங்களுக்கு நீங்க காலேஜ் டிகிரி முடிச்ச அப்புறம் அந்த கடைசி பெஞ்ச்ல இருக்கவங்க கொஞ்சம் காது கொடுத்து கேளுங்களேன். ஏன்னா நானும் கடைசி பெஞ்ச்ல தாங்க இருந்தேன். ஆனா இன்னைக்கு மேடையில உட்காந்து பேசுறேங்க, நின்று பேசுறேன். கொஞ்சம் காது கொடுத்து கேளுங்களேன். உங்களுக்கு ஒரு கேரியர் அட் த எண்ட் ஆஃப் திஸ் செஷன், உங்களுக்கு ஒரு கேரியர் எப்படி போகணும் அப்படின்றது ஒரு சின்ன பாத். ஓகே, நீங்க எடுத்துக்கலாம். ஓகே, இல்ல you can go ahead, show it to someone else, right? So my question to you is, what is a cyber security guy doing in management studies, commerce and management sort of a thing? One question, why? கேட்டிருப்பீங்களா? கேட்கணும் இல்லையா? Right? So I just would want to go ahead, ask you this. உங்க காலேஜோட motto, right? Together we will and we can. 94%. Give yourself a round of applause, right? 94% first generation and you're rural. Be proud of yourself, of where you're coming from, right? One of the questions, na keta mari, why this topic here? Digital technology. வாழ்க்கையில நம்பிக்கை தாங்க முக்கியம். முக்கியமா இல்லைங்களா? வாழ்க்கையில அடுத்த அடி எடுத்து வைக்கணும்னா என்னங்க வேணும்? நம்பிக்கை வேணுங்க. அந்த நம்பிக்கை இருக்கணுங்க. டெக்னாலஜிலையும் அந்த நம்பிக்கை இருக்கணும். டிஜிட்டல் டெக்னாலஜி எஸ்பெஷலி நீங்க போன்ல என்ன பண்றீங்க? இன்ஸ்டாகிராம், ஸ்னாப்சாட், எதுல தாங்க இல்ல நீங்க? All social medias, you're there. You give me your phone for 5 minutes, I will live your life. And I'm not warning you. Sir, என்னுடைய ஃபோன் பேட்டரி தீந்து போச்சு, ஒரு 2 நிமிஷம் நான் இன்னொருத்தருக்கு ஃபோன் பண்ணணும், உங்க ஃபோன் கொடுப்பீங்களா மாட்டீங்களா? பஸ்ல கேட்குறேங்க, கொடுப்பீங்களா கொடுக்க மாட்டீங்களா? நான் கேட்ட அப்புறம் கொடுக்க மாட்டேன்னு சொல்றீங்களா? Will you go ahead and give? No? Somebody here will go ahead and give me that phone. And you know what I will do? I'll make a call, but I'll also drop something on your mobile phone. உங்க வாழ்க்கையை வாழ்ந்து காமிப்பேன் நான். இன்னும் கொஞ்சம் பயமுறுத்தட்டுமா? போனை தூங்கும் போது எங்க வைக்கிறீங்க? போனை தூங்கும் போது எங்க வைக்கிறீங்க? தலை பக்கத்துல. என்ன பண்ண முடியும்னா, I'm a bad person. சைபர் சைட்ல நான் தப்பு பண்ணி அந்த தப்ப ஒரு ஆர்கனைசேஷனுக்கு எப்படி எடுத்துன்னு போறதுன்றது தான் அந்த டிஜிட்டல் டெக்னாலஜி. ஓகே, உங்க போனை நான் ஆன் பண்ண முடியும், உங்க கேமராவை ஐ கேன் கோ ஹெட் டர்ன் இட் ஆன். எங்க வைக்கிறீங்க? எங்க வைப்பீங்க இனிமேல்? அப்போதாங்க இன்ஸ்டாகிராம் ரீல்ஸ் போகும், அப்போதான் நம்ம 1 hour பார்ப்போம், என்ன பண்றோன்னே தெரியாது. யாருக்கு நீங்க பாக்குறீங்க? somebody else is monetizing what you are doing. So why am I here? அந்த நம்பிக்கை, trusted. Digital technology needs to be trusted, because it need not only be in the urban sectors, it has to be from the semi-urban rural areas as well. Trusted, safe and well governed. Otherwise we are not going to be moving forward. 6 areas I want to cover. Digital business and ecosystems. What is it? What is digital business and ecosystems? நான் பயமுறுத்துற மாதிரி டெய்லி எங்களை பயமுறுத்துறாங்க. டெய்லி ஓகே, தூங்க போனா கால் வரும், எனக்கு அப்புறமா ஒருத்தர் பேசுவார், ஓகே அவருக்கும் கால் வரும், 2 பேருக்கும் சேர்ந்து கால் வரும். கிரைசிஸ் மேனேஜ்மெண்ட், lessons from real breaches. உங்க காலேஜோட டேட்டா, உங்களுடைய டேட்டா என் கையில இருந்ததுன்னா நான் என்ன பண்ண முடியும்? What happens between you and your doctor should remain between you and your doctor, not known to me. Can it? எனக்கு தெரிஞ்சதுன்னா நான் என்ன பண்ணுவேன்? என்ன பண்ண முடியும்? உங்களுக்கு உங்க டிசீசஸ் எனக்கு தெரிஞ்சதுன்னா இன்சூரன்ஸ் நான் கொடுக்க மாட்டேன். I can put you down in social media. So what happens between you and your doctor should remain. But real breaches எப்படி நடக்கிறது அப்படின்றத பார்க்கலாம். Right? Sorry. Right? Security as a trust layer. அந்த நம்பிக்கை எப்படி கொடுக்க முடியும்? நீங்க எல்லாம் பேங்க்ல பண்றீங்க. ஓகே, what do you do? இன்னைக்கு Google Pay, right? Snapchat, all those things, you go ahead and pay through WhatsApp. But at the end of the day, people like us are working in security. And one of the questions, kadasi slide le, I'm going to tell you how you commerce graduates or management graduates can come play a role in cyber security. Okay, என்ன மாதிரி ஒரு ரோல் நீங்க ப்ளே பண்ணலாம்? கோடிங் தெரியணுமா? அவசியமே இல்லைங்க, அவசியமே இல்லை. இன்ஜினியர்ஸ் தான் பண்ணணுமா? தேவையே இல்லை. ரைட்? யூ பீப்புள் கேன் பி அ பார்ட் ஆஃப் அவர் society on cyber side. Right? I'm going to go ahead tell how you can contribute coming into the cyber side. Opportunity in the risk, and that is what I'm talking about. Careers and roles for commerce and management graduates. What is the way forward? 6 different areas is what I'm going to go ahead and talk about. I asked this question, why cybersecurity belongs at an innovation and excellence. Any ideas? Innovation. We talked innovation. You know what? I come with an idea on some innovation, right? Both of us, right? You know what? They will go ahead and say, Mahesh, go wait at the door. Because security will add something to the innovation. It will stop innovation. They will ask me to wait at the door. But you know what? If something happens wrong, we are the first persons to be invited within the door. So, security comes. Trust layer makes innovation, sustainability. The previous speaker was talking about sustainability and global excellence possible in a digital economy. Today, how many of you carry wallets? How many of you carry wallets and your purses? பணம் இருக்குதுங்களா? என்கிட்ட பணம் இல்லைங்க, 100 ரூபாய் இருக்குங்க. ஓகே, ஆனா என்ன வச்சிருப்போம் நம்ம? என்ன வச்சிருப்போம்? Mobile phones. Okay, how is that possible? In a digital economy, the trust layer needs to be, நீங்க 100 ரூபாய் எனக்கு அனுப்பிச்சீங்கன்னா 100 ரூபாய் தான் அனுப்புனீங்கன்னு உங்களுக்கு தெரியணும், எனக்கும் தெரியணும். அந்த நம்பிக்கை வேணும் இல்லையா? கூட ஒரு ஜீரோ போட்டு அனுப்புங்களேன் இல்லையா? So imagine the trust layer makes innovation, and that's why I'm here, right? So please understand why a cybersecurity guy is here. So digital business ecosystems, how platforms, data, right? Today we are talking about data. I mean, I was talking to your principal this morning and he was talking about commerce, computer science as well. So one of the important things is platforms, data, or redrawing the boundaries of every organization, including you as an institution, right? So what is digital business ecosystem? So collaborative network, what does it constitute? Organizations. You are an organization to me. Your institution is an organization to me. Individuals, what are some of the technologies, right? And platforms that create value. Value எப்படிங்க வரும்? Value, what is value? உங்க இன்ஸ்டிடியூஷன் ஆர் மை ஆர்கனைசேஷன் எதுக்குங்க இருக்கு? பணம் பண்றதுக்கு தானே. பணம் பண்ணணும், இல்லைன்னா எனக்கு சம்பளம் வராது. வருமா? சம்பளம் வருங்களா? வராது. Right? My organization, is it to make money? Why is the bus service run by government at a loss perennially? 20 வருஷமா பணமே பண்ண முடியல. ஆனா என்ன பண்றாங்க கவர்மெண்ட்? என்ன பண்றாங்க? Anyone? என்ன பண்றாங்கம்மா? Bus services, they provide what? They also provide value in terms of what? In terms of service. So, பணம் பண்றது மாத்திரம் value கிடையாது. Somewhere the government also provides service. So, you need to create value together through digital channels, right? And that is what we are saying, a collaborative network. இன்னைக்கு எல்லாம் டேட்டா எங்க வச்சிருக்கீங்க? உங்க போன்ல. My friends, where do you keep your data? Google? Google இருக்கா? Google, உங்களுடைய Google access போயிடுச்சுன்னா என்ன பண்ணுவீங்க? சின்ன கேள்விதாங்க கேட்டேன். உங்க ஆக்சஸை எடுத்துட்டான் கூகுள், என்ன பண்ணுவீங்க? எல்லாம் கூகுள்ல போடுறோம். போட்டோஸ்ல இருந்து, டேட்டால இருந்து, நம்ம எப்போ பிறந்தோம், எப்போ வளர்ந்தோம், birth certificates, death certificates, everything Google knows. Today, if you don't have access to Google, have you thought about it? Have you thought about it? Right? Cloud services, data flows, unga shopping, banking, even your education, right? And operations happen across organizational boundaries. முன்ன பேசினார் இல்லைங்களா, அவரது ஒரு முக்கியமான ஸ்லைட் நான் கவனிச்சேங்க. ரிஸ்க் அண்ட் ஆப்பர்ச்சுனிட்டின்னு போட்டிருந்தார். ஓகே, அதுக்கு கீழே ஒரு எக்ஸாம்பிள் சைபர் செக்யூரிட்டின்னு கொடுத்திருந்தார். யுவர் செக்யூரிட்டி இஸ் நோ லாங்கர் யுவர் கன்சர்ன். Okay, please do understand, it depends on every partner. நீங்க கொடுத்துட்டீங்க உங்களுடைய டேட்டாவை. Everybody within this system, entire ecosystem, needs to go ahead, take care of it. So the risk is absolutely shared. So digital business ecosystem. I'll talk to you later. I mean, when you have some questions or anything, I'll talk to you later. Cloud platforms, payment and fintech. Some of you are going to work in organizations like payment and fintech, data and analytics, right? Customers and devices, partners and vendors, right? Your organization at the core. So please understand the anatomy of this thing. Today, 4 trends reshaping your sort of ecosystems. எல்லாரும் AI பத்தி சொன்னாங்க. நான் இன்னொன்னு சொல்றேங்க. Okay, next 5 years it is coming. WhatsAppல என்ன பண்றோம்? உங்க மெசேஜ் நீங்க அனுப்பினீங்கன்னா அடுத்தவங்களுக்கு போறச்சே அவங்களுக்கு மாத்திரம்தான் போறதுன்னு சொல்றாங்களா? ஆனா நடுவுல உங்க மெசேஜை நான் பார்க்க முடிஞ்சா என்ன ஆகும்? So encryption, அவங்க சிரிக்கிறாங்க. Okay, she's laughing, but you know what? Absolutely, she has a right reaction. நான் பார்க்க முடிஞ்சதுன்னா என்ன ஆகும்? So today AI is here. Tomorrow we are talking about quantum technology. Anybody? Quantum. Your நீங்க அனுப்புற messages can be broken. என்னால படிக்க முடியும். அந்த encryption can be broken. நீங்க அனுப்புற வாட்ஸ்அப் மெசேஜ்லாம் எல்லாரும் பார்க்கலாங்க. சார் எனக்கு முதல்ல கொஞ்சம் சொல்லுங்க சார் எப்படி பண்ணலாம் அப்படின்றாங்க அவங்க இல்லையா? Right? So imagine AI is no longer a bolt-on tool, core operating layer of the business. Today, we cannot go ahead and say, oh, I don't need AI. Whether you like it or not, AI is in your life. Data-driven strategy, right? So everything is about data, data, data. Right? Everything is about data. Source data, training the models, right? Everything is about sort of data. Right? Agentic systems. இன்னைக்கு வந்து நீங்க எதுவுமே பண்ண வேண்டாம். சும்மா ஒரு வைப் கோடிங் கிளாட்ல போயிட்டு வைப் கோடிங் கொடுத்தீங்கன்னா one example I can go ahead and tell you. Today there are some research scholars amongst this forum, right? I will ask you a question. Data centers இருக்கு இல்லைங்களா? Sustainability பத்தி நம்ம பேசுறோம் இல்லைங்களா? ஒரு ப்ராப்ளம் ஸ்டேட்மெண்ட் உங்களுக்கு நான் கொடுக்குறேன். Water, it uses a lot of water. You tell me, okay, how can the data centers which are coming into India, okay, use less water? That is one sustainability question which I wanted to ask the previous gentleman. Right? Use less water, use less electricity. எல்லாரும் இன்னைக்கு எல்லாமே கிளாட்ல வந்து போன ப்ராம்ப்ட் தான். நம்ம யோசிக்கிறதே இல்லை, எல்லாம் ஏஐ யோசிக்க வச்சுடுறோம். எவ்வளோ ப்ராம்ப்ட் அண்ட் மோர் ப்ராம்ப்ட்ஸ். ஐ மீன் ஒரு ப்ராம்ப்ட் இல்லை, 4 ப்ராம்ப்ட் அட் த சேம் டைம். யூ நோ ஹவு மச் எலக்ட்ரிசிட்டி யூ ஆர் யூசிங்? சார் அதெல்லாம் அம்மா அப்பா கட்டிப்பாங்க சார், எனக்கு ப்ராம்ப்ட் ரிசல்ட்ஸ் வேணும் இல்லையா? ஸோ இமேஜின் யூ கைஸ் ஆர் ரன்னிங் ப்ராம்ப்ட்ஸ். ஸோ autonomous agents now plan and execute complex problems. நீங்க எதுவுமே பண்ண வேண்டாம். You tell them, it will be done for you. Okay? Cross industry collaboration, banks, retailers, telecom, health platforms are bundling services. So imagine what can happen. So these are 4 trends which are shaping. In the numbers கொஞ்சம் பாருங்களேன். In the numbers கொஞ்சம் பாருங்க. India is the largest live lab. UPI transactions, 23.2 billion UPI transactions. What is the transaction value? 29.9, right? So your retail digital share at 84.8, 1 billion per day on UPI. This is a largest live. Imagine these numbers are pretty huge. So imagine these numbers in our digital ecosystem. Okay, so ஒரு இந்தியா ஸ்டாக் எப்படி இருக்கும் பார்த்தோம்னா, payments, your identity, right? Please, this is a very important one. How do you go about it? ஒரு payment, identity, அப்புறமா உங்களுடைய டேட்டா கன்சென்ட் எனக்கு வரணும், credit and digital lending, and then banks, right? So imagine this is how sort of a digital finance stack is set up. Actually இல்லைன்னா நீங்க இந்த சிஸ்டம்ல இல்லைன்னா something is terribly wrong, right? You are consenting to share financial data, bank statements, GST. பண்றீங்களா? Sir, you will be filing the income tax, right? You will be filing the income tax, some of you, right? So insurance between institutions, right? Scale on the 2.88 billion, right? So security implication, people like me sleep for less than 4-5 hours because something somewhere it goes wrong, right? Yeah, I mean, you guys are going to work in fintechs. Banks illanga, fintech organizations. Some of you are going to be placed in fintech organizations. Please understand, a single UPI payment passes through 5 or 4 more organizations. Unga customers bank, UPI app, NPCI oda switch, the merchant's bank, and then a lending or rewards partner. ஒரு சின்ன 10 ரூபாய் நீங்க ஒரு டிக்கெட் வாங்குனீங்கன்னா 5 ஆர்கனைசேஷன்ஸ் 5 பார்ட்னர்ஸ் வழியா போய் ஆகணும். ஓகே, இமேஜின் திஸ், ரைட்? ஸோ ஒரு ரைட் ஹேலிங் ஆப், ஊபர், ஓலா, ரைட்? ஆல் தோஸ் திங்ஸ், யுவர் காலேஜ் ஃபீ போர்ட்டல், embedded finance expands. See, one of the things is people like me, right? Can I have one conversation, please? One conversation, please. Yeah, thank you. Right? So, it's not a question of people like me coming into your organization. Okay? நாங்க அதாவது வருவோமா வரமாட்டோமான்றது கேள்வி கிடையாது. As cyber criminals, எப்போ உள்ள வரோன்றதான் கேள்வியே. Okay? So என்ன பண்ணணும் நீங்க? Okay, so you need to protect your information. How do you protect your information? And that is where we are talking, right? So right, eppadi on the financial ecosystems attack surface, you need to limit your attack surface, right? Fintech, traditional bank madri kadayadunga, fintech ellam. Some of you, again I'm reiterating, will work in fintech organizations, neobanks, right? They are most vulnerable. அவங்களுடைய core system கிடையாது, but இருந்தாலும் they work with other partners, and we attack those partners, come into that fintech organization, take the data out. Okay, so imagine you guys are going to be, இப்போ வந்து it is a law, today it is a law. RBI mandates, right? Board approved cyber security policy இருக்கணும். 2-factor authentication. How many of you have 2-factor authentication? அப்படின்னா என்ன சார்? 2-factor authentication. I know one person raised his hand and I'm very glad. Sir, அந்த கடைசி பெஞ்ச்ல இருக்கீங்க இல்லையா, 2-factor authentication என்ன சார்? Now it has become silent. See, 2-factor authentication என்னங்க? உங்களுடைய பாஸ்வேர்ட் ஒண்ணே ஒண்ணு போருமா? SMS னு ஒண்ணு வருது இல்லையா, ஒரு OTP, அது என்னங்க அது? That is called as 2-factor authentication. So நீங்க பாஸ்வேர்டை போட்டுட்டு லாகின் பண்ணா, ஓகே, ஒரு அத்தன்டிகேட்டர், கூகுள் அத்தன்டிகேட்டர்னு ஒன்று இருக்கும், அதில் போயிட்டு நீங்கள் ஸ்கேன் பண்ணி அதை ஒரு நம்பர் ஜெனரேட் பண்ணும், அந்த நம்பரையும் போடணும், உங்கள் பாஸ்வேர்டையும் போடணும். ஸோ போட்டால் தான் லாகின் பண்ண முடியும். ஏன்னா என்ன மாதிரி பேர் வழிகள் உங்களுடைய பாஸ்வேர்டை பிரேக் பண்ணுறதுக்கு 4 hours to 24 hours ஆகும். ஓகே, பாஸ்வேர்ட் மாத்திரம் இருந்ததுன்னா, ஓகே, நீங்கள் வந்து ஒரு அத்தன்டிகேட்டர் போட்டீங்கன்னா you will have some security with you. right? So mandatory two-factor authentication. Report pannunga inniki. Last week we met one of the proficient certain government oda regulatory body ஒருத்தர் high level meet பண்ணோம். ஒரு இன்சிடென்ட் நடந்ததுன்னா 2 to 6 ஹவர்ஸ்க்குள்ள நான் ரிப்போர்ட் பண்ணி ஆகணும். இல்லைன்னா என்னுடைய ஆர்கனைசேஷனுக்கு பெனல்ட்டி இருக்கும், ரைட்? ஸோ நான் சொன்ன மாதிரி என்கிரிப்ஷன் ஆஸ் அ பேஸ் லைன். வாட் இஸ் வாட்ஸ்ஆப் டெல்லிங் யூ? வாட் யூ சென்ட் டு அதர்ஸ் இட் இஸ் என்கிரிப்டட் அப்படின்றான். யாருமே படிக்க முடியாதுன்றான். பட் in another 3-4 years everything will be read. So please understand, right? I mean, so the attack surface is sort of high. So this is where I come in, right? See these numbers, please. $10.5 trillion cyber crime. $10.5 trillion. I don't know what is the GDP. You might know because you are commerce and management students. What is the GDP of India? Right? Global cybercrime cost. Okay. உங்களுடைய டேட்டாவை எடுத்துட்டு லாக் பண்ணிட்டு உங்களுக்கு அந்த டேட்டா திரும்பி வேணும்னா 1 லட்சம் ரூபாய் கொடுத்தாதான் அந்த கீ கொடுப்பேன் அப்படின்பேன். கொடுப்பீங்களா மாட்டீங்களா? ஏன்னா உங்க போட்டோஸ் என்கிட்ட இருக்கும். கொடுப்பீங்களா? கொடுப்பீங்க. ஏன்னா உங்க டேட்டா என்கிட்ட இருக்கு. நான் என்ன வேணா பண்ணலாம். Right? So crime, $74 billion ransomware. We both were involved recently in a ransomware attack. Okay, not going into too much details. So $183.9 billion security spent. இந்த நம்பர்ல உங்களுக்கு ஒன்னு தெரியணுங்க. இந்த நம்பர்ல global information security expenditure $200 billion we are spending. என்ன தெரியறதுங்க இதுல? உங்களுக்கு என்ன தெரியறது அந்த $200 billion? அப்பா எனக்கு வேலை இருக்குங்க. இன்னும் எவ்வளோ வருஷம் ஆனாலும் எனக்கு வேலை உண்டு. உங்களுக்கும் அதில் பங்கு உண்டு. $200 billion is a lot of money where you can come in and play a role as well. Right? India 28.15 lakh cases. See, I have been part of expert witnesses in various cases as well. But imagine 28 lakhs. Financial losses 22,500. வருஷம் என் சம்பளம் ஏறுதோ இல்லையோ, ஓகே, 24% கிரைம் மாத்திரம் இன்க்ரீஸ் ஆகுதுங்க. ஓகே, இன்ஃப்ளேஷனை விட பெருசாதாங்க இருக்கு. If I take the rule of 72, okay, for investments, உங்களுக்கு தெரியாதது இல்லை, 72 divided by the number of years how the percentage gives me the rate of return or whatever my returns. 24% year on year rise. So imagine these numbers. Why I place these numbers? Because I would want you to think about a career. இதுல இன்னொரு problem, AI has changed both sides of the fight, right? AI enabled attacks, generated phishing. உங்க அம்மா பேசுற மாதிரி நான் பேசுவேங்க, நான் பேச மாட்டேன், AI பேச வைப்பேன். உங்களுக்கு ஆக்சிடென்ட் நடந்திருக்குன்னு நான் சொல்லுவேன். ஆனால் நம்ம அந்த பழைய தமிழ் படத்துலலாம் பார்த்தீங்கன்னா ஒரு குடும்ப பாட்டு, ஒரு குடும்ப வேர்டு அப்படின்னு ஒன்று இருக்கும். அதெல்லாம் உண்டா இப்போ? அதெல்லாம் இல்லை. ஓகே, ஸோ ஒரு வெரிஃபிகேஷன் அண்ட் வேலிடேஷன் இருக்கும். ஓகே, அவங்க தான் பேசுகிறாங்களா அப்படின்னு. ஸோ நீங்கள் பேசுகிற மாதிரியே பேசி உங்கள் அம்மா கிட்ட, ஓகே, உங்கள் வாய்ஸ் நீங்கள் என்ன பண்ணுறீங்க, ஃபோன் எடுத்து, ஓ கூகுள் கேன் யூ கோ ஹெட் அண்ட் show me this, Amazon go ahead and show me what is the rate of it. What is happening? Your voice is getting recorded. Your voice is getting recorded. What can I do? I can use that voice to go to your mom or your father and say, I need 10,000 rupees. Okay, so imagine I can go ahead and do some of these phishing attacks. Please understand, this is one important thing. 29 நிமிஷம் ஆறுதுங்க. ஓகே, ஓகே, ஒரு அட்டாக் பண்றதுக்கு. ஆனா 277 நாள் ஆறுது ஒரு ஆர்கனைசேஷன் அதை போய் பார்க்கறதுக்கு. உங்களுக்கு தெரியவே தெரியாதுங்க நாங்கள் உங்கள் ஃபோனுக்குள்ளே இருக்கோம் அப்படின்றது, ஆர் உங்கள் கம்ப்யூட்டருக்குள்ளே என்ன பண்ணியிருக்கோம் அப்படின்றதே தெரியாது. என்ன பண்ணுறீங்க? ஃபோன் எடுத்துன்னு போய் எங்கே கொடுக்குறீங்க? ஆத்தரைஸ் சர்வீஸ் சென்டர்லையா கொடுக்குறீங்க? இல்லையே. எங்கே கொடுக்குறீங்க? ரோட் சைட் ஸ்டோரில் கொடுக்குறீங்க. யூ நோ வாட் ஹேப்பன்ஸ்? He steals your data. He steals your data. And the data is what is very important. 277 நாள் ஆறுது ஒரு ஆர்கனைசேஷன்ல நான் அந்த தப்பை கண்டுபிடிக்கிறதுக்கு. நீங்க உங்க போன்ல கூகுள் ஸ்டோர்ல போய் ஆப் டவுன்லோட் பண்றீங்களா? எத்தனை பேர் கேம் ஆடுறீங்க இந்த சைட்ல? How many of you are playing games on your mobile phones? Please raise your hands. Please raise your hands. Right? எல்லாமே கூகுள் ஸ்டோரா? கிடையாது. ஏபிகே டவுன்லோட்ஸ் இருக்கா? அதுல தான் நாங்க உள்ள வரோம். Okay, so imagine we have gotten dramatically faster. So imagine this. So year on year 310% phishing driven, fraud, ellame fraud, right? What we do is better for the organization, right? So again, new phase of social engineering, ellam pannalam. Digital arrest, how many of you have heard about digital arrest? Digital arrest, you've been a part of it? தெரியும், பண்ணக்கூடாதுன்னு தெரியும் இல்லையா? வெரி குட். ஒரு 10 பேருக்கு சொல்லி கொடுக்குறீங்களா? உங்களை சுத்தி இருக்கிறவங்களுக்கு டிஜிட்டல் அரெஸ்ட்னா என்னன்னு சொல்லி கொடுங்களேன். For people who have raised their hands, please tell what is a digital arrest, and they should not be a part of it. Right? 2 breachesங்க. ஒண்ணே Angel One என்ற ஒரு கம்பெனி 8 million user records was உங்களுடைய ஹெல்த் ரெக்கார்ட்ஸ். ஒரு ஹாஸ்பிட்டல் போறீங்க, அந்த ஹெல்த் ரெக்கார்ட்ஸ் வந்து என்கிட்ட அவைலபிளா இருக்கு. என்ன நினைப்பீங்க நீங்க? ஹாஸ்பிட்டலை திட்டுவீங்களா இல்ல டாக்டரை திட்டுவீங்களா? So imagine 8 million user records, right? Banks, 38 banks were affected by a single exposed server. 38 bank. நீங்க எல்லா பேங்க் பண்ற பேங்க்லயும் அந்த பேங்க்ஸ் இருக்குங்க. Recently Bank of Baroda was attacked. Okay, please let me have one conversation, please. One conversation, right? Some technical things, misconfiguration, APIs, supply chain and other things. So this is where we are coming in. Trust layer, right? Trust is fragile. Nambika kashtonga, right? And that is what I'm trying to say, right? So security is a precondition is what I'm saying. Trust is the real currency of digital ecosystems. He's going to talk more about trust. So I wanted to go ahead, lie down a bit, but here is what I have. Sorry. Some frameworks. யாருக்குங்க இங்க cyber security ல interested? Somebody who is interested in the cyber security, please raise your hands. We pay really well. நான் சம்பளம் ஜாஸ்தியா கொடுப்பேன்னா ஒரு 4-5 கை தானா ரைஸ் ஆகுது. ஒரு 5 வருஷம் எக்ஸ்பீரியன்ஸுக்கு 45 லட்சம் கொடுக்குறேங்க நான். வருவீங்களா? See the numbers? The numbers don't lie, right? So opportunity is hiding in the risk. 1 million professionals needed. எங்க இருக்கும்? 80,000 மாத்திரம் தான் இருக்கும். Right? So 200,000 jobs for 2026. And this data comes from the sources which I have gathered from. Okay. 900,000 people are required in cyber security. How can you be a part of it? Right? Not just for engineers. Please, this is what I meant in the last slides. Not for engineers, where commerce and management graduates fit. Governance and risk, Akshala. Right? So, regulations, auditing. Somebody was talking to me about auditing. Where is that gentleman? He was talking to me about auditing. Right? He is going to talk about a research paper on auditing later. Right? security auditing, cyber law, right? Cyber law is one, data privacy is one, cyber insurance. All these things, you will be a part of it, right? Some of the skills you can build. யாருக்காவது கோட் பண்ண தெரியுங்களா? One question, sorry, please. யாருக்காவது கோட் பண்ண தெரியுமா? கோடிங் ஒருத்தர் கூட தெரியாதா? கோடிங், நோ கோடிங். அப்பா, நானும் அதுல சேர்த்தி. ஓகே, so you don't need to code. ஓகே, ஏன்னா இது வந்து இன்ஜினியர்ஸ் தான், சைபர் செக்யூரிட்டி அப்படின்னாலே இன்ஜினியர்ஸ் தான் வர முடியும் அப்படின்ற ஒரு இது. Can I have a few more minutes, please? Please, let me have one conversation, please. Right? So, start reading, right? Add one credential, practice yourself. So, these are some things which you would do. I'll share this deck with your teachers, so you can go take a look at how professionals, institutions, faculty and everyone can go ahead and do it. Last two slides, innovation without trust, nambika at the end of the day, right, doesn't scale. Illena scale panna mudiyadhu, ange dhaan iruppom. Sustainability, we talked about sustainability, but you know what? Without security, it won't last, right? Again, he talked about it, global excellence without resilience doesn't hold. I know you can reach me on these coordinates. Mahesh Balakrishnan at live.in. Here's my mobile number. You can reach me on the LinkedIn. Okay. I have seen some faces. Maybe you will see me while I'm interviewing you. Maybe when you come back and other things, right? So please let me know how we can be of help. Okay. Your teachers have gone to great things, great efforts to bring us here, including your principal, your Shubha madam, right? Constant communication with us to bring you here. Even if one of you, one among this crowd comes into cybersecurity, I'll be the happiest person. Maybe he will also be. So with that, thank you for the opportunity. Right?
As we come to the end of this session, I would like to sincerely thank our esteemed resource person for sharing valuable insights on how we can contribute to the field of cybersecurity, along with an understanding of the digital business ecosystem and its emerging trends. Thank you, sir, for your enlightening and informative session.
With this, we conclude our second session. Let us meet again in the next session. Thank you.
Knowledge becomes meaningful when it's shared. An idea becomes powerful when they inspire. It gives me immense pleasure to welcome you all for the session 3 of International Conference Convergence 2026, Innovation, Sustainability and Global Excellence. May I now request Dr. N. Nirmal, Assistant Professor, Department of BCom, Computer Applications and Professional Accounting, to introduce our resource person. Please, sir.
Dear participants, kindly maintain silence.
Respected dignitaries on the dais, extremely faculty members, researchers, delegates, industry experts and dear participants, good afternoon all gathered here. It's my pleasure and privilege to introduce our esteemed chief guest of this prestigious two-day International Conference 2026, jointly organized by the School of Commerce and Management and Smart Journal of Business Management Studies. Today we have honor to welcome Mr. Vaidyanathan Chandramouli, a distinguished resource person. Mr. Chandramoli is an highly accomplished governance, risk and sustainability professional with over 3 decades of leadership experience. His academic and professional sentinels reflects his unwavering commitment to excellence. Mr. Chandramoli possesses an impressive portfolio of recognized certifications. His presence today perfectly complements the objectives of this conference, which aims to forecast meaningful dialogue on innovation, sustainability, and global excellence. We welcome you, sir.
Thank you, sir. It's a time to honor our resource person. With profound respect and gratitude, we, the School of Commerce and Management of Srimad Andavan Arts and Science College, honor our distinguished resource person of Session 3, Mr. Vaidya. Graciously accepting our honor and appreciation. Thank you, sir.
Learning is a journey with no final destination. Every lesson today builds a better tomorrow. Now I request our esteemed resource person, Mr. Vaidyanathan Chandramoli, SSS Tamil Nadu chapter. Sir, we are grateful for your valuable presence and look forward to your enlightening session. Please, sir.
Good afternoon. ஒரு போட்டி வச்சுக்கலாமா? என் வாய்ஸ் சவுண்டா இருக்கா, உங்க வாய்ஸ் சவுண்டா இருக்கான்னு? Trust me, it's 106 right now. I am not going to be between your lunch and yourself. Okay? We will have our lunch at 1:30. I know food for stomach takes precedence over food for thought. Okay? With that said, let me start. அப்போ டெஸ்ட் பண்ணும்போது வந்துச்சு. இல்லை கம்மி.
Dear students, please be seated. As sir told, after session 3, you all will be having a delicious lunch break. So please cooperate. I request everyone to please be seated. Session 3 officially starts now. Thank you.
All right. Can we have attention here? I will not take much time. I am not going to go over each and every slide fully. Okay, I know it's very difficult to have a session just before lunch and just after lunch. Okay, so let's start. Let me start with a song. I always have this slide. Okay, I don't know how many of you have read a book by James Clear. It's the book is Atomic Habits. So the author says the person who learns a lot in a classroom is the teacher, and every teaching and every talk like this, whatever we give, is something we learn every time. So that is what it is, right? So it takes 20 years to build a reputation and 5 minutes to ruin it. Sorry, just a moment. Right. I'll start with the song. Mahesh talked a lot about trust. Okay? I'll start with the previous CM's song and then I will end with the current CM song. Okay? Enna song? Enna paattu idu? Moochirukkum mudinda pinnalum en pech irukkum. So we outlive our names. right? That is what is trust is all about. இன்னைக்கு நம்ம நிறைய கம்பெனிஸ் ஏன் இன்னும் நம்ம வச்சிருக்கோம்? Because we trust them, right? So Mahesh also talked a lot about trust, right, in fintech and others. That's precisely what my session is all about, right? We need to trust people and we need to be trusted, right? Even after we all exit this earth, but our name should be known to people. For one reason, this person, Vaidyanathan, as an individual was trustworthy. He lived a life where people can emulate. That is precisely what the song is all about, right? So we should outlive, our name should outlive us in all means, and that's precisely what we are going to talk about in the next 20 odd minutes, right? I have spoken about this. So it takes, எல்லாரும் இது போயிருப்பீங்கல்ல, இங்கே இந்த கிஷ்கிந்தா, சென்னையில் கிஷ்கிந்தா இருக்குது, எம்ஜிஎம் இருக்குது, வேர் யூ ஹாவ் அ ரோலர் கோஸ்டர், ரைட்? இட் டேக்ஸ் a lot of time to climb up, right? But when you are climbing down in a roller coaster, it goes in a zip. Trust is also like that. We need lot of time and effort to gain trust with people. But one element of a bad conversation or a bad deed or whatever we may have, the trust will automatically fall like a free fall. So that's what it is. It takes 20 years to build a good reputation or trust, and just 5 minutes or even less than 5 minutes to ruin it. நான் சொல்லல. The one of the known names in the investment, Warren Buffett, has talked about it. And that is what is the ecosystem of today when it comes to financial industry, and more so in the fintech. We all use so many apps, right? உங்களோட ஜிபே வந்து உங்களுக்கு தெரியாமையே உங்களோட இடத்துல டிரான்சாக்ஷன் ஆச்சுன்னா போவீங்களா? நீங்கள் போக மாட்டீங்க, right? Similarly, all these are, Mahesh gave a lot of examples to you, right? So today we don't carry a wallet, right? My daughters are also in college. They are doing their third year. They always transact on GPay. They don't carry money. Even if I have to give them cash, they say, no, Appa, we would prefer you transfer money, right? So that is where we are living today. But my next slide, I'm just skipping this, right? So the session, we looked about how, so today the fintech revolution, what is happening today, across, we are seeing payments, right? How many of us are doing cash? எவ்வளோ பேர் இன்னைக்கு கேஷில் ட்ரான்சாக்ட் பண்ணுறீங்க? Do you ever transact in cash? இன்னைக்கு பஸ்ஸில் போனால் கூட உங்களுக்கு வந்து யூபே பண்ணிடுறோம், right? So we literally don't use cash. All this is possible because of what we call it as fintech. But ஒரு சின்ன problem, right? When you get to know, will you go and do it? 4 or 5 years back, one of the UPI apps had a problem. So almost everybody started to migrate. I'm purposely not naming any app, right? But everybody migrated because at that point in time, we lost the trust on that particular app, right? That's what. Insurance. இன்னைக்கு எந்த இன்சூரன்ஸ் வாங்கினாலும் உங்களுக்கு வண்டி இருக்கும். Do you go to the, when I bought my first vehicle, right? Or rather when my father bought me the first vehicle way back in early 90s, I had to go to United India Insurance or New India Insurance to buy every time. But today, my car, my two-wheeler, I never go, I have not stepped into the insurance office at all. I sit at home and do it even well past midnight. Gone are the days, right? How many of you have ever felt bad that banking hours are only 10 a.m. to 2 p.m.? We have lived in that era, right? 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. I'm a son of a banker, so I know my father, I have learned whatever because of a banker's salary only, but still, right? We were all having those challenges. But today, your banking is there 24/7, right? So insurance we buy loan. Today we can apply for loan sitting at home, right? We can do investments, right? So all of you are commerce graduates. You may be knowing about how to do investments. You may have demat. Earlier, the stock was always in a paper format. Today, there are no stocks in paper format. It is all demat, right? It is digital, right? So all of this is possible. All this is possible primarily because of fintech, right? So why this talk is important for this today's conference, Convergence. Today morning, our keynote speaker did mention about the meaning of convergence, right? That's precisely, right? Innovation. Today, innovation is the key, right? I don't know, in the ad, sorry if I'm going to talk in Hindi, right? முன்னாடி போலோன்னு ஒரு இது இருக்குல்ல, இந்த polo, when we used to go for annual meeting in the company where I used to work, we call it as dimag ki batti, right? How do you ignite your minds or brain? So innovation is key, right? So new tools like AI. இன்னைக்கு வந்து இப்போ இங்க when you are traveling by bus from your home to here, if you any new idea strikes, you can create an Insta story. My daughters create amazing stories, right? I can nowhere match to them. I do use social media a lot. My interest on social media is different. My daughters are different, right? So you can use the new AI tools, right? Many of things I learned from my daughters, right? So digital payments are changing how money moves, right? Sustainability. Morning again, he spoke about a lot, right? You are all young people, right? But we have to also think today, what are we going to leave, when we leave the planet, right? We came from Chennai to here this morning. When we crossed the Kaveri River, we were feeling very unhappy that, absolutely, no water was there, right? Sustainability is the key. The resources, Mother Earth resources are depleting, right? What are we going to do, right? So the fintech also will have to talk about that, how the fintech innovation is going to help in preserving the Mother Earth, right? Global excellence, being good, trusted. So the trust is where the idea meet. Unless we have trust, we may not be able to do things, right? So what we do, Mahesh talked about it today. Anything and everything is possible, be it in your laptop, be it in your mobile. We get things done in one click. Correct? Am I right? If your credentials are saved, even your train tickets can be booked, right? You go to most of the My Booking or whatever. If your profile is already there, the moment you go and click, whatever you want to buy, it is bought, right? It was at any time. You get offers, right, based on your persona. Then you pay for anything and everything on digital, right? The catch, every shortcut has something behind it. Mahesh talked a lot about that, right? Your data has to be shared. Right? Are you getting printed bills when you go to a shop today? Are you getting printed bills when you go to a shop today? Enna solluvaanga, sustainability, we want to save paper. Correct? But their ultimate intention is not to save paper. It is to collect information. So the phone number they collect from you goes and gets stored somewhere else, right? So the computer program decides things about you. Amazon povingalla, it gives you recommendations. Correct? It gives you recommendations. All of this is possible because of your buying pattern, right? So based on whatever buying you have done, it will recommend you. People who have bought this have also bought this. Since you have bought this a month back, buy this, right? And those who use this agentic AI like ChatGPT, probably the ChatGPT knows you much more than your parents or anybody, even your thickest friends, because we may have interacted with ChatGPT on so many things, right? So ChatGPT will know more about us. I can admit, right? I create a lot of content. Now ChatGPT will be able to give a better profile of myself than I myself create. That's where we are in today, right? So the silent question, right? Mahesh talked it. Is my money safe? Is my data safe? Right? Actually, wherever we are going, be it your GPay, be it your Paytm, whatever, right? Or if you are making any investment, or you are going and buying a grocery in a supermarket where they are collecting your phone number, saying that, sir, points ungalku rewards kadaikum appadinu. All this you have to question before you do, right? Speed, the more fast it is, you have to think twice. ஏன்னா இந்த மாதிரி ecosystems எல்லாருமே வந்து they will not allow you to think, right? They will ask you to act fast. Speed will old saying இருக்குல்ல, roadல we will see that speed thrills but it also kills, right? So that is what it is, right? So speed versus stress, the false choice. Speed first thinking, launch now, fix problems later. Most of the new apps, whatever come into market, they want to just capitalize on what is happening today, right? So they will launch, they will not look at security, they will not look at trust. நாளைக்கு பார்த்துக்கலாம், மேலே இருக்கிறவன் பார்த்துப்பான். That's how many of these things happens, right? So grow at any cost, worry about rules later, right? Later we will be talking about regulations. Rules are நாளைக்கு நான் penalty வந்தபோது பார்த்துக்கலாம். So that's how go about. Success is equal to the number of downloads. So we go to App Store, we go to Google Play Store, we go and see how many downloads of that app has happened. So we get influenced just because this app has been used by so many people, right? Don't go by numbers. Numbers can be fabricated, right? Just because an app or a fintech, this thing is being downloaded so many number of times, it doesn't mean that it is trustworthy. Think, right? The more faster you go in using these, the chances of being risked is very, very high, right? So trust first thinking, build it safely from day one, grow it in a way that lasts, treat rules as part of the good design, success is equal to customers who stay, right? So what does fast and convenience actually mean? So India's fintech story is remarkable. There are so many things happening in India today, right? UPI, for example, it is a global benchmark when it comes to digital payment. No other country has such a robust framework, but yet there are challenges there, right? One best example, UPI 123, right? You can also search for it, right? It's designed for everyone. Morning, our keynote speaker talked about sustainability a lot. And this is one classic example of UPI 123 where they are able to go and reach out to all the downtrodden people and also provide services. So your fintech has to be helping people to get into the digital ecosystem. That's what an example here, right? That's what I have talked about. Inclusion actually looks in practice. Not a slower version of the same app, but genuinely a different design for different customers, right? Moving on, what happens when an app is not available? That's what I meant by going dark, right? One small software updates goes wrong, right? Payments stop working, the company stays silent for hours, no explanation, no updates, people don't use transactions, but they start trusting the app, right? So that is what we see globally, right? Again, a similar example, a lending app crosses a line, right? So what happens when trust erodes, right? When trust erodes, customers leave, there will be fines and penalties. The fixes, whatever we may want to have, it will be costly, and it will also damage the name of the organization, right? So I'll just put the title alone here. Trust is good for business, not just good for behavior. That is what the real currency of trust is all about, right? So the trust equation is governance, risk management, and resilience equal to trust. Let's go into this three words. Now start பண்ணும்போது மூன்று எழுத்துன்னு சொன்னேன் இல்ல, the மூன்று எழுத்து here is your governance, risk management, and resilience is equal to the trust, which will outlive a person. Governance, right? Governance is something who is in charge, right? Basically, who is driving it. Many a times when we are riding in a cab or this thing, we will ask for who is the driver, right? The moment we see a particular person is the driver, we say, hey, we are safe, right? Similarly, when you learn about an organization, we ask for how trustworthy it is. That is what is governance is all about, right? Who are all the various government regulations here? the Reserve Bank of India. IRDA is for all the insurance company. The SEBI is for listed companies. CERTIN is for, the Computer Emergency Response Center. How many of you have heard? I want to just listen one question here. Can we have some, please concentrate here. Have you all heard something called DPDPA? Right? DPDPA. இன்னைக்கு நம்ம வெப்சைட் குள்ள போனோம்னாக்கா கன்சென்ட்னு ஏதாவது வருதா? சாரி, யாராவது கன்சென்ட் ஏதாவது கொடுத்துருக்கீங்களா? அதாவது வெப்சைட் குள்ள போகும்போது, ரைட்? See, even I'm just telling you this not to, I was taking few photographs, when we were going with my daughters to temple or any other. The person asked me, have you sought consent from your daughters before you took the photos and posted on social media? Right? Because I am using something called personally identifiable information. Okay? So, if anyone who is going to use your personally identifiable information, there has to be a consent, right? So if anybody is asking for your name, your age, all these things put together, you should ask for, provide me the consent mechanism. How are you going to safeguard it? That is what is DPDPA is all about, right? Nobody can collect your personal data like your name, your date of birth, your gender, right? Your email ID, so on and so forth, without seeking consent. And you should know for what purpose they are asking for, right? So that is what DPDPA is all about. It is a regulation, right? So AI, right? Today, banks are also using AI a lot. So RBI has come out with certain norms, right? So that banks, when they are using AI, they have to follow properly, right? Why we are saying so? Yeah, I want one answer here. What do you understand by AI? Other than using ChatGPT for creating images and content, is Google Maps an AI? If you want to go late for lunch, I am okay for that. But if you are able to listen here, I will also wrap it up faster. What do you understand by AI? உங்களோட இன்டெலிஜென்ஸை நீங்க ட்ரான்ஸ்ஃபர் பண்ணுவீங்களா? Say for example, please, I am asking you a question. It is useful for all of you guys. Tomorrow, if someone else is going to decide that this is what is going to be your career, instead of you deciding your career path, if a system is going to take, will you accept it or not? That is what is AI. Okay? Now, banks are going to use AI, okay, to decide whether to approve a loan or not, right? So if the AI is trained incorrectly, right, it may start rejecting a particular gender, it may start rejecting a particular sector, so on and so forth, right? In the madri, if a person is coming from this part of India and if the gender is non-male, reject any loan application. அந்த மாதிரி ஒரு ரூல் அதில் போட்டு வச்சுருந்தாங்கன்னா all the rules will get rejected, all the loans may get rejected. That is why RBI is coming in, so that there is a very clear guidance on what kind of training has been imparted to the AI for making decisions like granting loan or whatever, or even approving an account to be created, right? So why we are talking about all of this? Because the trust will get lost, right? So the leadership matters, because who is driving it is the person, bothers an organization, right? So a real rule is, how they are creating policies, procedures, training, monitoring and improvement, right? There is a guidelines that RBI has come out. I'm going to skip all of this. So what could go wrong? What could go wrong if a fintech company is not having, it leads into cyber risk. Mahesh has talked about it. Operational risk, right? Operational risk in the sense the fintech company எப்போ வேணுமோ அப்போ கிடைக்காது. Correct? எவ்வளோ டைம் நம்ம பேங்க்குக்கு போயிருப்போம், sir, internet down, sir. Right? I have seen that, right? When we go to good old days where we have to go to the bank for this thing, they'll say computer failure, connection failure. Or when you go to the good old IRCTC, நீங்களாம் வந்து யாருமே போய் railway stationல போய் ticket book பண்ணிருக்க மாட்டீங்க. I have done it. So you go there and you will get to hear, sir, network down. Right? That is what is operational failure. Right? If you have someone who is hospitalized and if you have to make some transaction, if it is not available, what will happen to the patient? All of this matters, right? So AI is changing both in all this. AI is using for fraud detection, right? Because we can train a system, whether it is a fraudulent transaction or a right transaction, right? So it is good for the fintech companies. At the same time, AI is also being used for manipulation. So AI is good as well as bad, and we have to look at what is good and what is bad, right? So when you are dependent on a system like AI, right, then the problems are also there. I'm not going to go in depth because we have already shot 1:30, right? That is what I talked about when AI gets wrong, right? If I have to get a loan, if I am getting rejected, even though I have all the qualifications, it may all be attributed to the AI decisions, right? Let me move on. While we are there, we have talked about it. What is operational resilience? I spoke a brief about it, right? உங்களுக்கு எப்போ வேணுமோ அது இல்லைனாக்கா, right? If you have to make an urgent transaction on GPay, right? If GPay is down or if your data is down, right? That is what is operational resilience, right? We have to make sure that the system is available when we want, right? எனக்கு வேணுங்கிற போது அது இருக்கணும், எனக்கு வேணாங்கிற போது அது வந்து ஒரு பிரயோஜனமுமே கிடையாது. That is what is operational resilience is all about, staying up and running even when something goes wrong. I do a lot of, on this, the entire COVID crisis I managed for my organization I used to work, right? We have to make sure people and the technology, everything is available. Right? We have to plan for, எப்படிலாம் வந்து ஒரு சிஸ்டம் வந்து டவுன் ஆக முடியும், அதெல்லாம் we have to think ahead and make it available as and when it goes down. யாராரு இங்கே வந்து ஃபர்ஸ்ட் ரெஸ்பாண்டர் ட்ரைனிங் போயிருக்கீங்க? Do you all know what is first responder? நீங்க இப்ப ரோட்ல போயிட்டு இருக்கீங்க, யாருக்காவது ஆக்சிடென்ட் நடக்குது, right? There is something called in medical, this thing called golden hour, right? Golden hour is if you are able to take a patient within 1 hour, right? The chances of the person's survival and recovery is much higher. Same holds good for computer also. If we are able to detect when it fails and able to resolve it, the impact is going to be there, right? So we can always correlate it with the medical golden hour and this golden hour, right? So we have to ensure that we are able to detect when something goes wrong, and then contain, communicate, escalate, and recover. I don't think I will have time to go all of this, right? So that is what, we have to build a culture to make sure that systems are available when ready, right? Plan for holiday season and peak time, right? Diwali போது இருக்கிற எல்லா ஷாப்ஸ்லயும் it will be too crowded, the number of transactions will be high, right? UPI அப்போ ஃபெயில் ஆச்சுன்னா என்ன பண்ணுவீங்க? None of us can buy, so we need to make operationally resilient, right? Again, we talked about personal data. I gave good examples there, right? Other important element is to be available to receive complaints. Complaint வரும்போது நம்ம என்ன, this is something age old practice, right? The phone is kept out and people will not answer the calls. This is very important element. We should be answerable when something is going wrong, That is what make it easy to complain and be heard. Right? Being upfront. Right? The organization should come forth and tell, we have a problem, we are resolving it. That builds the trust in an extreme high way. Right? So what AA can do, catch fraud. Right? AA has a lot of benefit in catching fraud upfront. Right? Give advice, approve loans faster, answer customer questions anytime. The same thing can also be negative. Right? Treat every customer fairly. Right? Explain his decisions when asked. You all go and ask your teacher when you are getting 2 or 3 marks less, right? Just yesterday it happened to my daughter, right? She had 4 marks less. She went and fought with the teacher to get that 4 marks, right? The explainability, right? I'm just giving what you all can understand, right? Explain the decisions, but the teacher can also come back. Why did I reduce 4 marks? If the teacher is able to explain the decision, that is what is AA. If the AA is not able to explain why this decision was made, then it is not trained properly, right? So keep AA honest and accountable, right? So India's fintech story is trusted and just not fast, right? I'll take an image of this. It is important for you what kind of career. Mahesh talked about cyber security, and I want to add one more point on cyber security. What today both of us, Mahesh and I, are going to meet someone tomorrow. He is basically a chartered accountant, but no one teaches cyber security better than him. So he is a commerce graduate, right? He is not a technology person, but even today we go to him when it comes to cyber security, right? So keep that in mind. Your commerce or management degree does not prohibit you in becoming a cyber security professional, right? Most of our, we are all part of a chapter. Even today, most of our members are chartered accountants. Okay? So that is what you can plan for. Credit risk, payment fraud, regulatory tech and compliance, AA governance, inclusive finance, and financial analyst, right? You go to, top investment banking firms, right? Like Barclays or Fidelity, all of them have something called financial analyst, right? So you can pursue, you need not be looking at something similar to the traditional CAs and CMAs, right? You can go beyond that, right? There is something called, I'm not promoting this for the sake of it. There is something beyond, you would have heard something called CFA and other things as well, right? So all of those will happen. Those are extremely high paid ones, right? So you can look at all of this as roles, right? Start building it today to understand the ecosystem. Start reading Economic Times or Financial Express or all these kind of things to know what is happening around you when it comes to finance, right? Mahesh has talked about cyber security. I'm talking more from if you are someone who believes, in numbers, finance, right? Then probably this can be the pathway you can go, right? How to start? Read one fintech story a day. How UPI payments actually works end to end. Follow RBI, SEBI, IRDI. Intern, seek exposure inside fintech, not just a bank. Bank is not going to get into a fintech, but go and look at, there are a lot of fintech companies, start exploring them as interns, right? Network, right? Join fintech or finance student chapter, right? There are a lot of chapters, you need not spend time, right? You can do, right? You can ask if your parents are okay with this thing. I take my daughters, my daughters are doing BCom second year. I have twin daughters, they are the third year right now. They are pursuing CFA and I do take them to many such conferences, right? Summary, speed gets you to notice, trust gives you, you are chosen. So governance, risk management, resilience, the moonru eluthu will get into the trust element. So the best way to find out if you can trust somebody is to trust them, right? While we may talk about you should not be trusting, but to trust somebody, we have to make sure that we also trust them, right? I would end with the current CM's this thing, Verithanam. right? So whatever you do, you need to have the very in you to accomplish. Otherwise, we cannot, right? Even today, at this age, I do keep learning. That verithanam is what is going to sustain you here. That's what the keynote speaker also talked about, right? So a fire that lives within. See, your parents or your teachers are not going to move. No, it's an external fire. Your fire is within your belly, right? The fire within you will not make you wait, right? So don't seek permission for such verithanam, right? With that I end, right? Questions, reflections. You can take my number. I do post at least one post per day in LinkedIn. You can always follow me. I write on various topics. I link my post with movies. I link movies with culture, whatnot, right? Thank you. I know it's 10 minutes of your time. I thank the college authorities for the opportunity. Have a good lunch. I'm not going to ask for any questions. I know it's already late. If my daughters are not eating, I'll be worried. So same thing holds good. Please go and have your lunch. Thank you.
Your valuable insights have given us new ideas and helped us gain a better understanding of the topic FinTech and its revolution, trust equation. Thank you so much, sir, for your valuable time and inspiring words.
Thank you, sir. Dear students, we have now come to the lunch break. The lunch proceedings has been arranged at the canteen. Please note, may I have your attention, please? It is a short-term break, only for 30 minutes. After lunch break, session 4 followed by paper presentations will be here. I know very well college bus 2 manikku mudiyudungiradanaala please don't go and board in the college bus. Again, you have to assemble in the auditorium sharply after 30 minutes of lunch break. Certificates will be provided to the student participants only if you attend all the sessions today and tomorrow. Certificates, international conference kana certificates, ella sessions neenga attend pananum. So please have a short break for lunch in the canteen and resume in the auditorium sharply at 2:15. Thank you and have a pleasant lunch.
Students, rokkar oru nimisham. Guest pogatom. Be seated. MC desk la சொன்னது புரிஞ்சிருக்கும்னு நினைக்கிறேன். லஞ்ச் எடுத்துட்டு ஷார்ப்பா 2 o'clock வாங்க, 4 o'clock வைண்ட் அப் பண்ணிரலாம். பஸ்ல போய்க்காதீங்க. போனீங்கன்னா சர்டிபிகேட் கிடையாது. So be present on time.
Dear students, have a pleasant lunch and come back again to the auditorium. Thank you.
It's all going to be part of your life. So it is something that you cannot say that resilience and quality. Those days we talk about local optimization. Today we talk about global standards with local relevance.